Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. We got a special four-piece for you here today on the show. We're hanging out with Rick and Andy from Generative Machine. Andy is directly next to me. Rick is kind of diagonal to me because we didn't have enough time to get the name cards in place. It's a professional show. We promise. We absolutely promise.
Technology.
This is a professional show. And if you are just joining us, like, subscribe, all those things. We're going to be talking all about 5-axis 3D printing and why it still absolutely blows my mind. And apparently everything just went.
We've just lost all the stream.
We're good. We're good. Everyone's back.
There we go. There we go. It's fine. Nothing happened.
My computer decided, oh, you wiggled the mouse ever so slightly. We're going to go ahead and take everything and get rid of it. So, you know, very, very normal things that occur here on the show. So yeah, gents, introduce yourselves. We'll start with Andy since he's next to me, and then we'll go down to Rick, and we'll have a bit of fun here.
Yeah, I'm Andy, working with Rick on this printer. Mechanical and software engineer, so I've been making it move and do things. Used to work at E3, done some stuff with Duet. Yeah.
Nice. I didn't do my normal intro, which is I need the Backstreet Boys from you, which is the who you are, the where you from, the what you did, and as long as you love us, since it's now Jacob and I together, I guess.
Stuck with me.
Yeah, what did I miss?
Oh, nothing. I didn't do my regular intro.
No, yeah, I think you got it. Yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah, you got it. It's good. Rick, intro us, please.
Yeah, I'm Rick, and I work with Andy on launching this machine. I'm just doing the reverse of Andy's intro.
What's your background? Give us some background here.
We're just trying to build a 5-axis printer. So yeah, before this I was a researcher. I was working on this kind of stuff, and then I thought, well, the cool thing to do would be to just actually do it and go out and start making these printers and try and bring them to the market. So I've been putting together a team with kind of like Andy and some others. We've just been making it happen, taking it out to the Denver Rep show where we met you guys.
Yeah, and it was legitimately just one of the coolest things that I've ever seen as far as 3D printers go, right? Because realistically...
I mean, I literally had you sending me messages when you got to the show, being like, Jacob, look at this! Look at this!
You did have me doing that because I was very impressed, which, at least when it comes to different tech in this industry, it is harder and harder to do these days, right? And whether that's because I've become Shania Twain or something, you know, neither here nor there, that potentially the Brits won't even get that reference. You know, it is still something that's like, this is so far outside of the box. Because not only did you decide to do a 5-axis printer, which is complicated in and of itself, you also said, screw it, we're going to make a 5-axis machine, and then we're going to print it out of metal. Because why not? Right? Where did this idea come from to get this machine made out of metal and then utilizing generative design to make it work better?
I think it comes from an innate nature to make things hard for myself. It would have been really
anything about that. We don't know anything about that.
Yeah, because these are all things that you kind of see, but you don't really. It's hard for people to really get to grips with what's going on. You don't see it every day. You see it in niches like aerospace, and we really want to bring it more to the forefront and start using the tech so that others can start, you know, seeing what we're doing, using it, learning how to use it themselves. That's the kind of stuff that we're interested in.
And so, do you have a background in this, or is this just like, oh, hey, I think this is going to be fun, let's just do that?
Yeah, well, I started, I guess, it was about 2013, so I've been in it for a long kind of time.
Okay, yeah,
but always
you're
just
definitely not a spring chicken if it was 2013.
yeah. I think it was Rep Rap Huxley, the first one we started playing
Wow.
with.
Yeah.
We were putting at the time we were already putting webcams on it and sharing the files on Thingiverse to monitor your printer through your webcam setup.
Okay.
And
Wow. So you
it's just
definitely
been a
have a bit of
progression.
heritage then.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things that just never goes away. 3D printing, but as it's gone on, it's just naturally been something that I've been engaged with. I guess Andy too. Andy's
Yeah,
experience
Andy,
is
when did you start in the industry?
I think 2015. So when I started, starting to age myself here, I date myself. When I started uni, I went to the 3D printing lab, and at the time, uh, they didn't really have very good printers. They didn't really know how to use them, so I bought my own, and just went from there.
So a lot of this is just coming from the perspective of F it, we'll do it ourselves, right? Where you haven't found specifically what you're looking for, and instead you said, you know what, screw it, we can just design something. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think
Anakin.
I was interested in the process rather than the necessarily getting functional parts. More interested in the how to make something that can make functional parts.
Okay.
But you've definitely chosen one of the hardest ways to go about doing that.
There's plenty of ways to design 3D printers, and they're all valid for their own particular reasons, one way or another. This one, however, is you've taken what a lot of people have said. This is the most challenging format for 3D printing, which is metal, right? A lot of people say metal is the most challenging format for 3D printing, and you've said, forget it. We're just going to go ahead and then make it 5-axis.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of machining actually. It's not just printing. To get things then precise, we machine the parts.
Are you
With
post-machining the
reference
metal
edges.
parts or no?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow. So you're
what
going
we're-
even further into the realm of
we
over complex.
Yeah, and the hard bit is getting them actually made to the tolerances that we specify. Because we want to make a precise machine, especially for 5-axis, we need to be running very straight. So to do that, we need high tolerances. And then I guess for the manufacturers to do that, they've got to work out the jigs on how to machine these parts, which are because metal printing, it can warp like 0.4 mil or
Oh,
0.2,
really?
0.4. Yeah. So you've got to consider that when you're designing the parts.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to think, right, I've got to machine these after if I want it to actually be kind of straight. And that's where a lot of the work goes into. It's figuring out how is this design going to work to be accurate, and then how do we machine it?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you're
It's
going
machined.
from printed powder
mhm.
to then checking well, probably not checking, but going straight to post machining. And then that goes onto your machine. The bloody like sub manufacturers that are surfacing your parts must hate you with the
Yeah.
shapes that you're giving them. It's like, here's a random shape. Go figure a way how to hold this square.
Yeah.
Where's the reference edge?
Yeah, that's usually it. Where the hell do we clamp this?
Well,
But they find ways.
I say you
It's
could also
amazing.
design in the clamps if you really wanted, or
Yeah.
design printable jigs to do the holding. We work with a couple of companies that do this. I'm not certain if I can share the names of them, so I'm not going to, but I'm going to describe the process instead. Where, oh, Andy's got a mechanical keyboard.
Hey, the point of shame.
Hey, the trick with the mechanical keyboards is you have to be very, very slow with the typing, and Cherry MX Blues are the ultimate enemy of recording audio.
Yeah, no,
What
I
are you
have
talking about? I've
threats
got
on
MX
this.
Browns. It's awful.
Anyways,
Browns are so
so
heavy.
what the company that we work with does is they will 3D print out a metal, deliberately make it large. They know it's going to be out of spec, and so they don't even measure it anymore. They know unless the machine crashes, this is going to be bigger than we need it. And then they post-machine it down to a more reasonable tolerance. So we're seeing this a lot in the car community. Hilariously, turbochargers. You know, the turbine wheels that will spin upwards of 90,000 RPM, right? Just absolutely insane things. Yeah, they're not machining them stock anymore. Companies are 3D printing them out of titanium, stainless, whatever materials that they might want. And then they're post-machining because that process is faster than just starting with one big block and having to slowly 5-axis machine it all out. And that's how we're getting like multi-geometry turbochargers, multi-vane turbochargers. That technology hasn't existed until this now is currently possible. And it is a fun way to take the tech to a different level, because we're dealing with something where, like you said, it's going to have 0.4 millimeters or so worth of deviation. If you're trying to hit 100%, make the part a millimeter bigger than it needs to be, or 2 millimeters bigger than it needs to be. And you don't have to do the measuring. You just go straight into machining because you know it needs to be machined, and you can deal with the measurement after the machining and dial anything in that's necessary. At least is that currently how you're doing it, or is this just whoever's doing the post machining, that's their problem?
Yeah, no, we definitely got to think about it. So, but oversizing things is one way to go about it,
Okay.
for sure. That's pretty much the only way to go about it. You got to oversize and machine away. Some early work we did, I think Autodesk printed the parts for us, and we learned quite early on that you've really got to think about this warping in the part, because when you machine it, it might not machine the whole surface, and you'll see that there are areas that it's missed because you haven't put in an extra mill. And you learn quickly the best way to do it is put in extra material and then machine away, usually.
Well, and you're also playing with one of the harder materials to 3D print in metal. So people that are mostly used to doing machining in general know that 6061 aluminum is like the bread and butter of the machining world. It's super easy to machine, other than it can fuse to the bits from, you know.
Wait, are you telling me that's not steel that was printed? That was aluminium?
One of
Yeah.
the parts was steel, removed, but yeah, the printer was aluminium.
Jacob hasn't even let me go to the fact that aluminium is one of the harder materials to print, because it is so good at wicking away the heat when you hit it with a laser. And it's why people like to machine it, because it doesn't need as much cooling as something like steel does. And because it's a softer material, it's easier to machine. But for 3D printing, it's quite the opposite. It's one of the harder materials to 3D print, because it
The only
likes to
thing
wick
I
away
know
heat.
about aluminium versus steel for printing is every time I said, "Can we get this in aluminium?" there was a service rep telling me for 45 minutes why I do not want this in aluminium and it should be steel or any other material but aluminium. And then I brought up copper and they just looked at me funny and didn't continue the conversation.
No, just,
Yeah, copper's bad.
And copper's very
but
bad,
hard.
and that's why niobium exists. It's a copper alloy, that, right? I believe it's a copper steel alloy, if memory serves me correct, of how niobium is made. Niobium, you can 3D print in niobium. It's pretty much only used in rockets. We're gonna put very big air quotes around the term rockets, because these are rockets that tend to go, let's just say, above.
Spicy candles.
Well, some of them look like spicy candles from where I'm located. Some of them look like spicy candles from halfway around the world from where I'm located. Those are very different levels of spicy candles. Some are sending satellites into space. Some of them are delivering packages to other countries. And unfortunately, all modern rocketry utilizes 3D printing in their engines, because it is just more efficient. And it's considerably more affordable. But you guys went down this path of saying, well, we don't really care about affordability. We want to use generative design to build a machine from scratch that is able to be as weird looking as humanly possible, but still meet all the standards that we need for keeping it sturdy, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, what ended up pushing you towards that decision of going metal instead of just, printing it like every other chump out here?
Well, getting stiffness into the it's really, really solid.
That's what they tell me, at least.
These frames don't really move too much. And aluminium, it's funny because the supplier we work with, they can get the best accuracy with aluminium, which is why they keep saying, yeah, aluminium's the best one to go for. So we tend to keep going with aluminium, despite it being a bit explosive and stuff. But they seem happy.
It is a spicier material, right? And this is traditionally DMLS or LPBF, right? So that's direct metal laser sintering or laser powder bed fusion, right? You guys are pretty much playing in the powdered metal world, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, that's right.
Because the people that are doing the printing for you say aluminium is the easiest, you're like, aluminium it is. Is that just kind of the way that worked out?
A little, yeah, a little bit, especially for now, because we're still prototyping a lot of these shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Our design process is figuring out how to put all of the parts we need into this generatively designed package, and then we, print it. First, we print it in a FDM, just a bit PLA, and then figure out to see if it fits and works together before we go and spend a small fortune making them in metal.
Yeah, because PLA's not gonna perform anywhere near like the metal does, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of you can get there, but if you do like 5 walls, 45% infill, and if you use the really good PLA, the NatureWorks.
Oh,
NatureWorks.
like the
It was Andy that recommended it.
the proper, we know what's in it, it's NatureWorks, it's not some random company's regrind thrown into the black filament to make it print better.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You can get good enough stiffness to make it a part or a machine that prints fairly well. The ones on my desk, they're all printed, so they're for testing prototypes.
See, I struggle with building printers on stream. This is like a known problem for me, that I struggle with building printers on stream because I break things. I'm very good at breaking things, and I'm even better at breaking things when I'm nervous and on camera and have like 30 people telling me that I'm doing it wrong. If I was printing the parts out of PLA or PETG for that matter, that would be very useful. Because wait a minute, I don't need metal. Metal's cool, but like you said, metal's expensive. What if we did it out of like a continuous carbon fiber or something where it's like a Merc forge?
No.
I think their build volume is a bit small in the Z.
What if it wasn't?
We'd give it a go.
What are you thinking? There's thoughts going on behind that head of yours.
Yes, it's something that I'm currently under a media embargo for that you yourself know about, Jacob. That I can't discuss.
Look, I'm trying to be
further.
the good podcast host, being like, bring it in, do some talking, give you something to play with.
I don't have the machine, but there is a new machine out there that is continuous fiber. Since Markforged lost the battle with continuous composites, we are seeing more of these continuous fiber material machines coming out of China, right? And I'm like, I've been trying to think of like a good video idea that we could do. This would be fun. This would
Instead
actually be
of
way
aluminium,
too much
it's Kevlar, just straight up.
Well, yeah, we can send you the design.
Raw Kevlar.
I'll let you know once everything is like finalized and I know we're getting this machine.
No,
and we're gonna
this
be
has
working
to
with this
happen
company.
either way. This is how I can force you to make a duet-based machine from the ground up.
Me?
Get you into the... Yeah.
I have a duet machine.
Yeah,
I
but
built
you
myself.
don't really. Yeah, but the new stuff's really good.
Yes, but I did it once.
Exactly.
Look,
This is how I can
man,
force you into it by throwing you in the deep end.
it's
Look, we've got
funny.
Andy here. He can help you.
Yeah.
You're
Begrudgingly.
volunteering
Personal
him for
support.
something that he doesn't know about yet.
He's getting voluntold to help you now.
Andy,
I still stand by RepRap firmware's the best firmware, and I'll die on that hill.
okay. Oh, this is okay. All right, we're gonna do a poll in the chat right now to see what people think. Rap firmware is the best.
What have I done?
Yeah, no, I don't think you're gonna win this one, Jacob. But I'll go ahead and start.
Because
The
barely
poll.
anybody uses RepRap firmware, so there's going to be a data bias.
It's good to be different. Oh well, and actually, when you start putting the closed loop boards on and everything, you can do some really cool stuff.
Well, okay.
Rick knows what's up.
Clipper has become like the de facto standard for companies to use. Why did you guys go down the route of Duet and RepRap firmware?
It's more configurable. Clipper doesn't really support more than 3-axis simultaneously at the moment. There are some faults where they're doing 5 or 6-axis printing, but
I feel like Danger Clipper kind of lets you just do whatever the hell you want, but the name alone tells me that I should not touch it.
I still don't. I might be wrong, but I don't think Danger Clipper is implemented 5-axis or more than 3-axis simultaneously.
I am a Voron moron and a general Clipper idiot, so if you believe I'm wrong when it comes to Clipper, I'm probably wrong. It's much easier to just generally assume that I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to Clipper, because I don't. But I will say, from a perspective of someone who's built both a Clipper machine and a RepRap firmware machine, I'm sorry, but the RepRap firmware online configurator thing, like their web-based configurator, is so much easier. Now, from an editing perspective, Clipper is easier for me to mess with, but the road to get to a point where I could edit Clipper was very, very difficult.
Yeah, I don't like that you have to restart the machine every time you edit something in Clipper as well. That's just frustrating. But
I mean, that's not that big of a deal.
it's if you have to like rehome the axis every time if you're doing something that needs some print to be homed. Try and make a macro that does something. It just becomes a development pain for me, at least.
Yeah, like think of it, right? Every time you make a small change, restart. Every time. It's not big changes, like literal little small ones, restart.
Yeah. And I have a CPAP that kicks on every time I restart the printer, so I have like a turbine going off, just blowing my ears out.
Well, that's your fault for having a turbine that'll blow your ears out as on the machine itself, right? I guess I've never. It's been so long. My Duet board's a Duet 2 Wi-Fi, because that was the last time I built a machine, was when the Duet 2 Wi-Fi was the brand new board. And back when you could not get touchscreens for your Duet that wasn't the panel do, or whatever the hell it's called.
Panel 2.
Okay. Yeah, so I have the big one. I think it's the 7 or the 9. And it's offensively large.
I need to send you one of ours. It's in an integrated 7, so it has none of the extra daughterboarding features. It's basically just the screen, and it's still that large.
The machine,
size matters.
The machine that it is currently on is a machine that hasn't been turned on and is currently in cold storage, but has not been turned on in 3 or 4 years, outside of proving that it still turns on and doesn't blow.
Oh no, we need to get you to make a new machine.
I need to first not blow octopus boards in my Trident before we start playing around with Grant doing more.
Look, if you can kill a Duet board, I would be surprised.
I blew the 5-volt rail.
What, on the panel, on the
On
Duet
the Duet
2?
2. Mm-hmm.
How?
because if you draw more than an amp out of it, you can blow it, and I was drawing like 6.
Oh, that's fine. You just replace the replaceable fuse in case that happens.
No. I let out the smoke. But
Of
see,
the fuse, right?
no. Of the regulator. Of the actual regulator, I let the smoke out. But Duet was smart enough. They knew that this is an issue. They knew that the regulator itself is not the most powerful. So you just move a jumper and you can inject your own 5-volt, which is exactly what I did. And I definitely didn't do it by taking a buck converter from the 24-volt in that we were doing and then match it at 5.0000 volts off of that crappy buck converter to make it work. But I can now draw like 12 amps on the 5-volt rail.
Why do you need so many amps?
I don't, but I can.
I worry about you sometimes.
Look, I never said I knew how to do it right. I said I know how to do it. Never once claim I know how to do it right. That's the trick. See, people just assume that when someone says they know how to do something, that they also know how to do it right. I don't.
You know what RepRap does have? Really good documentation. Like excessively good documentation.
Yeah, in the early days, the only place to find info was the RepRap forums. I still remember, I think DC42. You just see all of his comments, and that would be how you fixed your printer.
You're right. You're so right. Yes. Oh
if that's the right username.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
it very much is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
and he's still at it.
If you were like going through the RepRap forums to find something and you saw a DC42, you're like, yeah, this is whatever they're saying is the right answer. I don't need to look for anything else. Oh my god.
I still stand by. We need to make you make a generative machine now. We need to get you to make one.
Okay, again, we need to get the Trident, the easiest of the Clipper machines, running fast, and me not killing octopus boards. Thanks, Steve.
I don't know, man. It's Clipper hard.
Okay.
Clipper's so much harder.
Do you know how much street cred I'm gonna lose on the Voron people if I just abandon the Trident and just move right into doing a Duet-based 5-axis machine? Like, they're gonna say you couldn't even get the Voron running. What tells us you could get this running? Like, this is what my psyche
fine.
tells
You get to
me.
look at them and go, where is the documentation for how to get it up and running? And then you show them duets and go, ooh, maybe they can learn a thing. I'm sounding very biased against Clipper right now. It's because it's true.
Yeah, you sound like paid promotion.
Yeah, is Duet sponsoring this episode? They really should. We're missing out here.
I'm such a shill for them.
There's only 26 votes on the poll. We got 81 people watching. If you guys can go vote on the poll if RepRap firmware is the best, I'd be very curious to see what people's opinions are on this. Because, yeah.
That poll is closer than I expected it to be.
It's way closer. Yeah. 44% says yes, 56% say no, right? Like, that's actually decent. That's enough people in here that use Duet.
Yeah.
Or, see, because Okay, I'm gonna lean in a little bit here, because part of the Trident, because I know it's possible, is to flash RepRap firmware onto the Octopus at some point. Get it running on that, and then just to piss everybody off, we're gonna flash Marlin on it. Because if you think Clipper is hard, Marlin is way worse. Where you have to like compile it in Arduino to make it work.
Well, they've branched out. You can now do in VS Code. A little bit nicer.
Wonderful.
Oh, that's so much easier.
The last time I compiled Marlin was when the ramps board was the board everybody was building machines with.
Yeah.
And to this day, I still have a functioning ramps board that I couldn't kill. That still works perfectly fine with the Allegro 4988 driver chips that make your printer sound like a screaming dog from 3 rooms over.
I think that just might be because you're using it.
It could be, but it does work. It does work. And it gets the metal oxide varistors on it are so large that you physically, even if you just dead short it, it doesn't care. It's like you don't, your pain doesn't hurt me. I'm fine with this. So I think the ramps board was just a masochist disguised as a motherboard. That's at least my general theory regarding the ramps board. But really, I am very curious to understand why generative design, why, with the mildly clickbaity title of AI generated 3D printer, which is not technically wrong, but it's
That was
also
never
not
me.
technically right.
Yeah, no, I have never said it's an AI generated printer.
Yeah, it's better for the
It's
clicks.
it's
Don't
a
worry.
weird one. Yeah, well, but it's
Look,
because
AI is
even
just
Autodesk.
spicy if statements. That's all it is. Spicy if statements.
Yeah, a lot of the articles you read, some of them reference generative design as AI. Others, well, don't. I probably would be in the less so AI, more kind of computational design.
Oh yeah, I'm very much in the it's not AI, but the title of generative designed 3D printer out of metal doesn't hit the same way as AI generated 3D printer out of metal.
Yeah, it's a little different. I think it'll get there eventually, and that was the idea. It was trying to get there, because when you start kind of designing things parametrically, where you design positions for motors, rails, pulleys, and you can set that up parametrically, so you can edit the dimensions. And it doesn't have to be you; it could be an AI that can edit these dimensions, and then you just send it off to the generator or whichever software you're using to generate the shape. And then you do have a kind of AI generated shape. You just have to know what you're putting into it and to kind of like the loads and stuff. But it's definitely possible.
I mean, if you build a machine that can recognize when you've walked away from your mouse for more than a couple of seconds and it clicks the button, and that is what starts the generative design process, that's machine vision, that's artificial intelligence. I think that's AI generated to click the button.
Yep. That's exactly what we're doing now. We're going to spin out as a AI company that specializes in this tech. We're always looking for opportunities, I think.
How to get instant funding. Just be like, 3D printing? AI? Whoa,
B2B
seed
SaaS.
funding done. B2B SaaS. Let's
B2B
go.
SaaS. Oh god. I think that's a bannable word on this channel.
Okay, at the moment you're outnumbered. You're the one American and the 3 British people here.
Yeah, we just celebrated our Independence Day, okay? Don't you forget about it. I'll go get some Earl Grey and throw it in the river if you need to be reminded about it. we try not to get political, but that one was just too easy because it was 2
I'm
days
trying
ago.
not to have a quick comeback because I did just go to an American independence event in the UK, which was quite interesting. Yeah, I've got photos. I'll put them on the Discord server
What
later.
is that all? An American independence event?
Yeah, so it was like a
We're
reenactment
also
based
celebrating.
in like 1760s or something. I don't know anything about the time frame of American independence, I should say.
You want to know
So-
what's really weird? Most Americans don't either because they think July 4th, 1776 is when we declared our independence. No, that's actually when it's when Congress, whatever the hell they called it back then, actually said, okay, this is cool. It wasn't when they signed it. It wasn't when they voted on it. It wasn't when the wars happened. It wasn't even after the last war with Britain happened. No, it's an arbitrary day. When the Constitutional Congress, I went to American public schools. Give me a break here. It's when they decided that, okay, yep, we accept this. Okay, it's Independence Day, but it sounds better July 4th than sometime in August. So, you know,
But
and
no,
come
the
on,
big takeaway I took from that was apparently the British government just gave up trying to win, and then the French came in and blockaded everything, and it was just like, well, you only win because the French is here, and that's why we don't
I
like the
mean,
French.
realistically, I think given the history of everything, this was probably the right move for the British government anyway. So, you know, whatever. Leave the weird colonizers alone. It's no big deal. We'll go deal with more places to colonize on our own. Don't worry about it.
I just remember the Always Sunny episode with the two British characters dressed up as, well, the two Americans dressed up as British women. That was quite a good. That was quite funny. It's one of the few takeaway moments.
Yeah, the joke for July 4th is how many people will you know that have less fingers after July 4th than they had when they started, because apparently getting mutilated by fireworks is a relatively common thing in the United States, and I think that's ridiculous. But at the same time, I did just offer an individual who might have a blown engine in their very nice car that could completely derail something I'm working on with them, the ability to fill it full of tannerite and take it out to a bunch of land that a buddy owns and blow it up. So that is a very
That's
American
the most
thing.
American thing I've ever heard you say. Let's
Well,
take a car and blow it up
no,
because it
just
died.
the engine. The car's totally fine. It's the engine. It might have a blown head gasket. We're not.
Oh
certain.
no, the engine died. I'm gonna blow it up.
It's a BMW engine.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'll tell you
Repair that
more off the
shit.
show. That's probably as much as I can like reasonably share because his video on it is not out yet. But yeah,
Yeah, it's a BMW engine from the 1940s, apparently.
very much not from the 1940s.
That'll be why.
Like the mid 2010s. But yeah, you know, the things are a little bit different here. Anyways, back on topic. You know what?
Yes.
Actually,
So earlier you said there was complications with everything you were doing, and one of the things that I actually just cannot get my head around is how on earth are you slicing stuff? Because there are no slicers for this level of.
There are some slices
anything.
here.
Well, which ones? I have no idea about 4-axis, let alone 5-axis. So
Yeah,
enlighten me.
so we've been working with a company called AI Build, and we've been working with them to integrate Alpha into their slicer. And there's been some notable development as well in 5-axis slicing outside of that. I think Josh Bird has done some good work recently.
The only thing I know of 5-axis slicers is that they tend to be for very expensive big robotic arms and
Yeah.
augers.
well, those
Is
are
there
like
any like
6-axis though, aren't they?
I wouldn't know.
Most
Many
of the
5 and
arms
6
are
are much the same.
I guess
Yeah.
once you have 5, adding a 6 isn't that big of a deal.
I think it's actually the opposite. It's easier to do 6, is what I've been told, and then taking one away actually makes it harder.
Huh.
Now,
I guess it does reduce
now
the
I
amount
wanna
of
know
flexibility
why.
it has.
Now
Yeah.
I want to know why.
But then also, like the 6th for additive like us, I think would be rotating the nozzle
Yeah,
around
turning the
its
nozzle
extrusion
around.
axis, which, if you
Doesn't.
have a symmetric tool, doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah,
If you have a asymmetric tools, like your clearance angle isn't the same, which a lot of robotic arms aren't necessarily symmetric around that, then having that 6th one does do a bit.
well, and a lot of them are also dealing with asymmetric nozzle orifices, right? So
Yeah,
when we look
exactly.
at like, for me, the 6-axis world for 3D printing is almost explicitly in concrete, right? So building homes and things like that, which I think is super cool. One of my favorite ways to use like big stupid 3D printers to build homes with them. And they often have a rectangular nozzle opening so that they can get really like perfectly flat top smooth layers of concrete. And that's where having that 6th axis to be able to rotate it like around a corner matters. But if you're just using a concentric nozzle on the rotation axis, it doesn't matter all that much. But I guess you'd probably run into more issues with your wires first, right? You'd probably run into like heating issues.
Oh, we run slip rings on the new design, so it would rotate it endlessly with the heating.
Well, that makes
If
sense.
that's what you
Like
meant
a
by wiring.
simple, elegant solution.
Well, and
Yeah,
so
but quite a headache to design a simple, elegant solution.
if it is easier to do 6-axis, why not integrate a 6th axis that just doesn't do anything?
I think typically 6-axis is robot arms, where you have your
Okay,
6-axis that way.
where the platform is stationary, and in
Yeah,
your case, you're doing more of a trunnion-based platform, where the platform itself is moving rather than something else, right? So instead of the arm moving, it's the trunnion moving.
Yeah, we have both the bed and like a cantilevered axis, so we've got two things moving. Rather than the robot arm, we've just got one, like just the end effectors moving.
So was there any like big complications then going from a slicer traditionally for bigger machines and scaling it down to something that, from my experience, is smaller than the print head of those bigger machines?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everything is calibrated for these huge robot arms. So we'd have two
Or rather,
extrusions.
not as calibrated. They can accept smaller issues in extrusion.
Oh yeah,
that become a lot more prevalent in.
It's like the
this sort of
tolerance
scale.
level of a big arm printer is measured in centimeters sometimes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and then
We're looking at under millimeters.
Well, there are companies that are like doing like Relativity Space. They're using 6-axis robot arms to 3D print rockets, like not just the engines, the bodies.
Yeah, because they're doing the entire body as well.
They're
aren't
doing
they?
the whole body, but they're playing the different game where they are taking good educated guesses about how it's going to deform, like you guys have said, like how there is deformation issues when you play with metal, and they're printing it in a deformed state, so when it deforms again, it deforms into the shape they want it in, rather than it deforms out of the shape that they want it in. So they've done it a little bit differently. Also, kudos to them, because everything in their business, all their rockets and everything, they're all named after StarCraft stuff, which I love. It is just super, super funny. And for the StarCraft players out there, you must construct additional pylons. That's just one of the deals. And I believe they call their printers pylons. Could be wrong on that. But if they do, A+. A+.
Yeah, I know with WAM, the wire arc manufacturing, the AI build, they have simulation now of the process.
Oh, that's cool.
Not familiar with it, but they simulate the process of the kind of like melting and everything. Looking at that deformation.
Do you ever see that coming to the filament side then? Because some materials, obviously, everybody's experienced ABS. Do we see that being useful?
I guess we could do, but I don't know if it's that useful. I saw an episode of yours on nozzle cams. Was it a recent one?
Hopefully it was a good take.
It was not. You do not like nozzle cams, good sir.
I don't. I find them useless.
I think they're super cool.
There are some bits of research, like Caxton is one, where they're taking actual data from the nozzle cam and then feeding it. It's closed loop. They're taking the data from the nozzle cam, feeding it into the print parameters, and adjusting kind of real time.
Markforged, on their X7 and above, they have a software called Blacksmith that does this, except rather than using a nozzle camera, they use multiple cameras inside of the chamber to basically run photogrammetry on the part.
But that doesn't count. This is nozzle cam.
I understand, but it's a closed loop system where they're able to actively adjust print parameters in the middle of a print to bring a part into tolerance.
Look at him moving the goalpost, so his argument makes sense. It's all about nozzle cams.
Well,
nozzle cams
as
suck.
an American, moving the goalpost is what we do. Okay, we weren't the first to put anything into space. We weren't the first to put a human in space, but we were the first to land on the moon, and damn it, that means we're the best at space, apparently. It's not the Russians. No, no, no. It's us. We know about
That's-
moving goalposts. Deal with it.
That's if it wasn't faked. But that's another story, really.
The Earth is flat, and it's mix 6 flat too. Yes, the entire globe is sat on a Starrett granite surface plate. It's perfectly
No,
flat.
no, that's what I do. That's what I do. No, granite's my side.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, God.
I have a customer that believes in the flat Earth and all that, and that the moon landing was faked. I'm like, I think I'm working with Dale Gribble. I think they've got a deep, very thick Southern accent too. So I'm like, I can't get. Do you guys get King of the Hill in the UK? No? Oh, this is upsetting. Okay, King of the Hill is a cartoon that is pretty much quintessential American rednecks. And Dale Gribble is the guy who's paranoid about everything. Everything. And I think I found the real life version of this individual, and it is just very funny to me. Rob Lutter says a flat earther in Florida. Imagine that. Oh,
We just tend to get Downton Abbey.
Yeah.
I don't
pretty
know
much.
that one. I'm sorry.
And EastEnders.
As I say, like
Come on, you must know of that.
the
You must know
show
EastEnders.
Downtown Abbey, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
They do lots of printing, lots of 3D printing on it.
Really?
No,
Oh.
not quite.
I was so excited to talk about that. And now you just say, ah, no, gotcha.
The funniest bit is I actually warned Grant before this entire show about British humor. And I told him this exact scenario will come up where, in the most British way possible, you'll say something outlandish in a really convincing tone. You will buy it. And they'll be like, nah. Nah.
Amber apparently has seen Downtown Abbey and says 10 out of 10 trolling.
Did you just say Downtown Abbey?
What was I supposed to say?
I didn't want to call that out.
No, you're calling it out. This is Bully the American show at the moment.
What is it called?
Downton.
I've actually never watched it, if I'm honest.
No,
Downton?
neither have I.
How is it spelled? How's it spelled?
I'm dyslexic. You're now making me Google it. Downton.
Oh, okay.
Downton.
It is Downton. I thought it was downtown.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Flip it.
Fine.
That's that. We will have your grammatical mistakes as a YouTube short at some point.
Yeah, in the next like 3 months, probably. Because I think the nozzle cam one is from like it's still open on my PC. Let's see. It is from 224, and we're on 234. So that was 10 weeks ago.
That only
Minimum.
just came up for me.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, right, you just pushed.
It went out on the 4th. So yeah, it went out on the 4th of July. The 5th was the first one of 225. So, yeah. Just the way it goes.
But thermal nozzle cams would be quite good, I think.
I think there's a lot of use for thermal nozzle cams.
I
could be
pointed a
quite
thermal
interesting.
camera at a printer as it was printing, and it is so cool. It is
It's so
so
trippy.
so cool. Because like, if you're ever wondering about cooling, and is your material cooling evenly, just a thermal camera will tell you all of these things, and it does not have to be the greatest level of quality. It just has to be okay, and it works really, really well. Like really well.
Which camera do you use?
I have just a
Is it
generic.
one of the Fleur
It's
iPhone ones?
a Chinesium FLIR
Oh.
camera. Yeah, it was like $150 US, and its base resolution is 96 by 96. But it's got some sort of super sampling that allows to get to 256 by 256. It's actually, for what I paid and what I get out of it, is very, very good. I'm incredibly happy with it. But we did just have a company reach out to use a fully integrated one that doesn't need a cell phone. Like, it's got its own screen and all that. I'm like, ooh, that could be fun. That could be very fun. Because ever since that we started looking at machines with thermal cameras, and I'm blaming Cheaty for this because it is literally why I bought a thermal camera, was because they made a 3D printer that was a fire hazard. And instead of having to like capped on tape things to areas that I think are hot with a thermocouple, can now just non-contact measure it. And it is very valuable to do testing that as a content creator we should not have to be doing, but we do because we can't trust manufacturers. So, Generative Machine.
And for things like heat
Please
breaks,
don't do that.
heat sinks, heat breaks.
Yes.
So
nozzles, if
the
you're
only problem
developing.
you'll run into with those is reflectivity.
What of the metal?
No, just spray in black. Spray in black.
That's going to change its properties for thermal.
You'll be surprised at how a very thin coating of specifically matte black, do not put a gloss on, but a matte black goes down so thin, it barely changes the thermal properties of anything it sticks to. And I know this because I used to do a lot of PC modding where you would get your air-cooled heat sinks, and you don't want them silver or copper. You want them black. And the thermal difference is almost nothing. Literally almost nothing.
I'm just saying a solid copper cooling system would be very nice. I normally have a solid copper heatsink handy, but I don't immediately see it.
Until you touch it and get some finger grease on it.
Oh yeah, no, this one's covered in fingerprints, but
The permanent mark of shame.
it is like a kilo and a half or 2 kilos worth of solid copper. They're server heat sinks. When servers get end of life, people don't pull the cool stuff out of them. I pull the cool stuff out of them when I get to see them. I'm like, hell yeah, solid copper heat sinks. Don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I want it.
They're just throwing them away.
Yeah, it's going in the trash.
Okay.
I mean,
Let them
that's
all.
literally how I ended up with my server rack. Was they were literally putting a server rack in the trash, and I'm like, this is a brand new server rack going in the back of my car. I would do not put a server rack in the back of the car. By the way, it does not fit. I look like an absolute twat with this massive double-length server rack coming out the back of my boot, just with a little flag strapped to it, hoping it doesn't slide out.
It depends who drives fast. I'm sure some would go, well, that's a nice server rack.
Yeah, that's a nice
Wish I had that in my
server
car.
rack. Well, I'll follow them, see if it falls out, because then it's finders keepers, right?
I literally did the same when we had the engineering granite surfaces. We put them in the boot, and that was a mistake and a half because our boot has a drop down. You've not seen the car. It was the 2002 Honda Civic Max. It was a lovely car, which was not designed to have 380 kilos worth of granite in the boot at all. You put any pressure on the accelerator, the front wheel spin because there's just not enough grip because it's all.
You were squatting Hondas before it was cool. It was never cool. Don't ever squat your vehicles.
Do it. Grant can't tell you what to do.
No,
Live your life.
It's so bad they're illegal in a lot of states right now.
Are they? Oh, that's a
Yes.
shame.
What is it?
No, it's
squatting.
Squatting your vehicle. It's where
Take
you
your car,
only lift the
lower
front of
it.
it. No, but
Only
no,
lift the front.
you lift the front.
I've only ever heard of squatting as in all four at once.
No. Look up a squatted truck. Go ahead, Jacob. Look it up.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I can wait. Because
I've seen them lifting the back.
it's not lifting the back.
recently.
No. It's just lifting the front.
Oh.
I'm going to piss so many people off, but this looks like ass.
And you're not going to piss people off. It's terrible.
These are trucks where you already can't see people standing in front of them because they're so bloody tall.
Yeah.
And you decided, zero vision.
Yes, yes. When I'm driving my vehicle, this is the direction that I'm looking. It looks
Yes,
like
I
the
do
truck
want to
is
make the
driving-
Baby Killer 9000.
Yeah, well, I mean, to look, they don't have a lot of brain cells, the people that are squatting their trucks. The brain cells are minimal at best. And when you have two brain cells fighting for third place, maybe that is what happens. But yes, it is illegal in a lot of places now. Because this is what people in America do. I'm just letting you know that this is a thing here. Rob Letters, that's gotta look towards God. Squatting their trucks, they can look towards God. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, look in the direction you're sending all the children.
As you're running them over because you can't see them. Yeah.
Oh,
The only way
that
that
is
I would
awful.
find that remotely acceptable is with like airbags, so you could drop the back and leave the front up, and I would do it as a joke. But no, if you wanted to lower a vehicle, I'm fine with that, but still make it usable. It's like the guys with the lifted pickup trucks that have never hit mud in their life, right? My 2002 Honda, if my 2002 Honda has more mud on it than your lifted pickup truck, I'm sorry, you're less of a person. Sorry, it's just the way that it goes. So when you guys are dealing with this post machining on the machinery and getting the post machined parts, do you find that ambient temperature can play a role into surface flatness? And do you ever notice that in 3D printing?
I have not tried machining the part. What do you mean for clarification?
So I figured one of the areas that you were post machining the metal 3D printed parts was like the surface plate that you then stick the bed onto, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no,
No.
not the bed. We just machine those
Oh.
straight up out of the billet. The other parts I don't know how it affects the temperature, how it affects machining.
Because like temperature can really, I mean, it's not much, but if you are post machining 3D printed parts to bring them into spec, temperature should have a reasonable fluctuation in quality. But what type of tolerance are you holding on the printed parts that come off of the machine? Are these machines able to hold good tolerances?
Yeah. Off the machine, we get quite good tolerances straight off the print, and then we're looking at like 0.05 mil.
Oh, that's pretty good.
50 microns. Yeah, no, that's
You know,
That's pretty good.
That's post machining. So dialing everything in to be that is quite hard.
So do you have like a set machine you go to get them printed out of? So I've only ever had experience with one-click metal machines.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you have like this is the machine we like and it does what we want, or have you tried multiple?
no, we leave it with the supplier. We've tried a one-click metal. The build is a bit smaller, but the quality's
It's
okay.
a bit on the
It's quite
smaller
good.
side.
Yeah. And then for bigger, I'm not sure which bigger machine they're using for this. But no, I couldn't say which machine they're putting them on.
But I'm still impressed you're doing it out of aluminium.
Yeah.
Just straight up, like the amount of times people have told me try to avoid printed aluminium no matter what. Even though stainless is harder to post machine, the printer just works so much better. Like the spot size on the laser is like 25 micron on stainless, where I think it's like 65 micron in aluminium, just because they have to like bump that energy up and it sticks to it when it melts. Have you ever tried stainless?
Yeah, I've got some parts in stainless.
I want to see one done out
right.
of titanium, but I want to
They're
see
heavy.
it regenerated for titanium because of how stiff titanium is, and how thin this thing could end up being out of a material like titanium. Just be so cool.
Well, titanium's not that stiff though. It's kind of like a middle ground between aluminium and steel. It's light. It's very light.
In my experience, titanium is considerably stiffer than steel, but I could be
Well,
wrong.
it's
on
soft. Titanium's soft.
This. Okay. Yeah.
It's like hard Play-Doh. Is when you start to like tear it, it will tear.
Screw it.
It won't
Just build that
shatter.
in Canal. Just take Canal 718. Just make the whole machine out in Canal. The people post machining will love you. They'll love you. Don't worry. Everyone loves machining.
No,
in
no,
Canal.
don't do it. You will wake up with broken end mills underneath your pillow.
and
Don't
a
do it.
bill for those end mills too.
Yes, you will.
So I really want to like dig into the metallurgy side of it, but I think that the metallurgy has become part of the process because of the generative design. Is that correct? Like, it being made out of metal is just a consequence of the generative design process, or was it always intended to be made out of metal?
We've got two. One of them is printed, so you can print it on your own home FDM machine, and then the other is specifically designed for metal, because the properties you get out of the generative design, they wouldn't really be accurate on a plastic FDM printed part. But with with metal parts, it's been designed for that specific material. We still got to test it. We make hundreds of prototypes, so we test usually in FDM each one. Yeah.
Okay.
So wait,
Well,
is it?
I forgot what I was saying.
Now, okay, so is it generative designed for metal or is it generative designed for plastic?
Yes, metal for metal. The one we have for metal is made for metal, and then the plastic one we have
Okay.
is just kind of like we keep iterating physically until we get the stiffness that we need. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think of
the
like
one
they
that's
tell me
metal
stiffness
COD.
matters, but you know, some days
Like
you
this.
don't get it. All right, don't worry about it. Wait, so that's a full FDM one then?
Yeah, this is FDM, and this was developed by we just keep tweaking it until we get what we need. Whereas with metals, then the studies are run for things like aluminium that you're printing in. You can have more confidence that it's going to actually be what you want.
And how
You
close
can
is
still
like the
test it.
study step to the actual output? Like, is there much of a deviation from the simulated stiffness to the wheel, or is it pretty accurate?
We haven't tested it to like academic levels of testing, where we've done like a month-long study, but it's quite accurate. Yeah, they're really, really solid parts. I think if anything, they're maybe too much. They're very stiff. And I have seen some people posting on things like LinkedIn, and the stiffness, the point at which they break is way over what the study said it would break at,
Interesting.
and they're going to huge numbers. So
one of the things we're doing at Rocky Mountain Ric Real Festival was picking up the printer from the end of the X arm. This is a plastic one that you probably can't see very well, but we're picking up from the end here while I was printing, and like there was less. Well, there wasn't any noticeable deflection in the printed part, which it's got to be stiff to be able to pick it up by arguably the weakest part.
Yeah, Rick had me pick up the metal one from the X-axis, and I thought that I had damaged the print, but what we found out is I picked it up at quite physically the worst possible time. It was at like the absolute limit of what the
we had
an
an issue with the
could have
slice
done.
G code.
Yeah, like I could not have chosen a worse time to pick up the machine. And that's why there's a whole that part of the video we ended up cutting, because I'm like, it's not the machine's fault, but that was like my instant reaction, which I should have not done, because it's like, oh, that was such a cool thing to show, but we can't show it anymore because it was me reacting to something that had nothing to do with me picking it up, and I didn't know that at the time, and there was no way for me to work around that. Once I said it, I'm like, shit, there's nothing I can't work out of this. We're gonna have to end up cutting this segment. But it was super interesting to like pick it up from the X, which on a cantilevered machine, you never do. You never do that, because the X itself is...
What do you mean just on a cantilevered machine? Any machine, try not to pick it up while it's working.
I think it's best to not do it on this machine either. It's not something that we'd want.
No, I think we're just
often.
rearranging it on the desk at the show, and we're like, hang on, it doesn't seem to be affecting the print.
Yeah,
So,
it's a cool thing to do at a show, I'd say,
yeah.
but not something to do every day.
I totally understand this. Like, when we bring machines to shows, like I bring my Magneto X to shows, And what do? I run the speed test command under Clipper to get it just to move as physically fast as it can before it starts to lose steps. I don't ever print with it. I just put it on a table and tell it to just make crazy movements. Do I do that with the real machine? Absolutely not. I never do that because it's a massive waste of time. It's dumb. But big machine go fast is cool. Everyone likes that. So it's not practical to pick up the machine from the X. But then I would argue we got to integrate some sort of generative designed carry handle for it that's on the Z so you can easily pick it up. And it makes it really, really easy to move around now.
Yeah, at the moment it's sort of like a climbing hold. You find your own handhold. But yeah, I think a dedication thing definitely.
Into the spider web of aluminium to grab it to pick it up and move it.
Yeah.
Like on one of my Prusa minis, actually on the 2 Prusa minis that I have built, they both have handles on them because they're really awkward to carry otherwise and require 2 hands.
No, you're supposed to baby them. You're supposed to pick them up like that. Just be like, oh, it's my little mini Prusa. There we go.
I got one for free.
Huh?
But anyway, never mind.
Did you?
Yeah, so I saw one on Facebook Marketplace. Just said, "Here, have a Prusa Mini." I don't want it anymore. So I took it and been trying to.
They're good little workhorses. They're really quite nice.
They're all right until they go wrong.
Yeah,
they're a bit annoying.
Yeah, their Bowden tube system is just. Why Prusa went with brass screw fittings for a Bowden tube is fundamentally beyond me. If you replace them with push-to-connect fittings, it solves, like, at least half of the issues that I have with the Mini. And then you get rid of the Prusa hot end and put on a Revo, and it solves all the other problems that I have with the Prusa Mini. And it becomes a much more venerable machine where I can take our Prusa Mini, huck it into the back of my car, bring it to a show, slap it on a table, plug it in, click print. I don't even have to watch the first layer. I know it's going to go down perfectly. But now I take the Core 1 because I have a Core 1. And Core 1 is the new machine. So, take the new machine where you can.
The new hotness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So what do you... For the design side of things, what program are you guys using to do the generative surfaces for this printer?
Fusion is what we use.
Okay.
Autodesk Fusion.
It is.
Oh, you're
no
using
longer...
the Autodesk simulation side.
The simulation plugin, yeah.
Yeah.
Add-in, sorry. Add-on.
Of course it's an add-on.
It's got the simulation and the generative stuff. We've been using it for years. It's quite good.
How have you been going on with that? Because I never seem to be able to get it to work. Obviously, you have proof you've got it working. But, like,
it's
how has that learning experience been for you?
It's really straightforward. Fusion have done, I'd say, a great job of making it quite easy to start with it and start making parts. As long as you know your load conditions, that's it. It's figuring out where the loads are on your parts, where you're going to apply a load, and then you just kind of keep going, iterating, changing things very often until you get the parts that actually work. Sometimes you get something and it looks incredibly thin. It looks like a twig. And you're like, no, that's not going to work.
Well, it's like, in theory, I know it will work, but in practice, no, I need it. Part of generative design, like, so we done some generative design work inside of Fusion. It works well for us. And when I say us, I really mean the engineers, because most of Fusion is beyond my skill set. Generative design inside of Fusion, that's in the next county over. Like, I don't even know how to get to it. We did something similar, and we were doing it for powdered nylon printing, and it presented us with a solution with like 0.5 millimeter thick like spider webs, if you will. I'm like, while that is technically printable and will probably work, we're gonna up those to like 6 millimeters because they're going to look better. Part of this generative design, at least for us when we're delivering parts for clients, is it has to look the part as well as do the thing. And sometimes the real, like, deep end of generative design is not, it doesn't look the part, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't put too much faith in some of the parts. I personally wouldn't. Not well. These I would, but
I mean, I
when,
would put faith in the parts I got out. So I had a really nice bracket. I just wanted a motor here and a wall mount there. So it should have given me a really nice L bracket shape with the spars going across.
Just
And no
made it
matter
completely
what I
solid.
did, it was 100% solid. Just a rectangle with one hole in it, one hole in it. Like, there you go. That's not going to bend.
Well,
I
they're
mean,
not
when you-
wrong.
what I mean is when you get your load conditions wrong and you see these really thin sections, that's because globally it's not an optimal kind of configuration, and those are the parts I wouldn't put much faith in. If you've got your study set up correctly, then yes, I would say the parts are really good. But it's when it's not set up correctly that you run into problems.
It is all
Have you
about
found
getting that
any
set up.
issues with trying to do generative design for printed parts? Not like the metal printing, but the filament printed side, because obviously there's not really that much data available for what settings you should put in for the generated material.
Yeah,
Like, have you
yeah. Well,
encountered that?
the results that you get are they're not applicable really to FDM printed parts because the layers. I can't remember the word, but there's a word for when it's not.
Anisotropic.
That's the one, anisotropic. That you don't get the results are not valid. But that's why we keep iterating with that. To do, I guess, to get around that, you've got to keep iterating the physical part and printing them and then testing it and then editing the study to put more material in one area or another, and then printing it again and testing it. It's like going backwards, but it still does the same thing. You still get these kind of optimal structures. You just go a really long way around doing it. Like these.
Okay. Yeah.
These
Ooh.
kind of parts. All of our parts
Oh,
are
they look so good.
They
usually
are.
printed.
Especially when you, I'm over here like, if it's got less than like 5 major legs or 5 major legs or less, I would do each of them in a different color on the XL. And that would just be way too cool to have it be multicolor and generative designed. And that's why I want to see titanium, because then you can selectively anodize it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
It was super expensive.
No, you can do it at home.
How much is
Just
it?
take a blowtorch.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah, you could just blowtorch it.
No, you can blue it with power. You use like a 9-volt
Yeah.
battery and it will work perfectly fine. It might take a little bit. You
What
can use
does it?
oh yeah, you can use a benchtop
Yeah.
power supply to do it too. Yeah, because you are technically what's the term? Oxidizing. You're oxidizing it. You're oxidizing the titanium, and it will go through different colors the more you oxidize it. It's super cool. I want to do it, but yeah, titanium 3D printing. I was helping someone out with a SLS 3D printer build, and they sent me a part. I'm like, I'm looking at this like, this is way better to mold. So I threw it up onto one of the generic 3D printing websites that are in China that will do all these different things for you. It was like $1,800 to print it out of aluminum and like $1,950 out of titanium. I'm like, well, it's just so close. It's so close on price. And stainless was actually the cheapest. For them, stainless was the cheapest. But then we went into molding. If you ordered 50 pieces, the molding was like $37 a piece.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, super cheap.
That's really not bad.
But they're still in prototyping, so that doesn't make sense for them right now. And it could be molded out of a 15% glass-filled nylon for like $42. I'm like, oh, that's great. Go ahead and yeah. So like, oh, well, I want to be printable. I said, you can want it to be printable and it being realistically printable are two very different things. You're holding like 100 kilos worth of powdered nylon. The last thing you want to do is have any leaks, any breaks, any discrepancies in it, because that powder will go everywhere, get into everything, and ruin the machine.
Nah, a bit of duct tape will do it. It'll be fine.
I mean, honestly, I told him to use like a concrete forming tube and a 3D printed funnel at the bottom, and that would do the exact same thing and be way cheaper. But that was my opinion.
We've looked at investment casting some of these parts as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
which
you could do,
could work. Depends on how they're designed.
You could do lost PLA casting if you really wanted.
Yeah, and wax as well. We could get the cores printed in wax, and then go through the whole investment casting process. But they again need to be designed for that, because it's a bit of a black art, I think, investment casting.
There is much of it is like, how much do you want to DIY? So like investment casting with aluminum is actually pretty easy. And if anyone out there is looking to do it, I highly, highly, highly recommend, instead of using soda cans, which if you do want to use soda cans, go find your closest Division I university and talk with the fraternities. They'll give you all the beer cans you could ever want. But I instead recommend going to the junkyard on the days where if you can carry it, it's cheap. And go pull an aluminum block or aluminum heads for an engine and cut those up with a reciprocating saw and melt those down, because they're much more designed to be molded and poured than a soda can.
Nah, just get aluminium swarf. It'll be so much easier. Just spicy pasta.
You can do that, but the cost of the swarf is often higher than engine parts, because you go to junkyards where the car has been in a fire, right? And the engine is destroyed. You just want the raw metal, and you can buy it for less than what the swarf cost is, because they're selling the swarf as a clean swarf to a recycler that is paying them to take it, right? It is a different way of thinking. We've looked at that as well. We found that it doesn't, at least in the States, doesn't pay. My former GP was big into investment casting at home, so he did all this stuff at home. That was his thing, and he really, really enjoyed it. And so we used to go out in a truck to the junkyard, pull a bunch of aluminum heads, strip all the steel and stuff off of them. They're like, "What do you need these for?" We're like, "We're gonna cut them up and melt them." They're like, "Cool." Like, "Yep, here's money, leave us alone." But yes, be very careful trying to do that stuff at home. Steel at home is pretty much impossible. Titanium at home is basically impossible, unless you're willing to buy the machinery to do it. So you guys are looking to do something, have a professional do the casting then?
Yeah, I went to a place in Salisbury that does professional castings. They make well, I don't know if I can say what they make.
Steaks there.
They have a lovely cathedral if you're interested in visiting.
I don't know, how far is it from Manchester?
It's far. It's
Quite a
outside of the
distance.
country.
How far is it from
Popular with the
Lincoln?
Russians.
Am I going
Quite
the
a
wrong
distance.
way? Am I going the wrong way?
I think you're going.
No,
the wrong way.
you're going in a direction. Can't say it's the direction though.
Well, see, if you keep going in that direction long enough, it becomes the direction.
But we do
Yeah.
have the nicest cathedral. Fight me.
No, the cathedrals in Prague are pretty nice.
Nah, Lincoln Cathedral. Lincoln Cathedral is amazing. It used to be the tallest or second tallest building in the world. It was taller than the pyramids. Except then there was a earthquake and the spires fell down. And then, yeah, it's a long story, but that used to be one of the tallest buildings in the world. I think it is even taller than the Eiffel Tower. And then the tower fell over, and then it is now not the tallest building anymore. It was ridiculous.
And there's the Turin Mule, or is it Mole? The Turin Mole. One of them.
Yeah.
That was the other tall building, but anyway.
See, Americans just put big radio antennas on top of their buildings.
They
And they
don't
call that
count.
the top of the building. You know, they're measuring all the way to the top of the tower, and I'm like, well, that's just kind of cheating at this point. Okay.
Yes, but it's a good place to go for investment casting if you're looking for someone to do that.
I'm near a port city, so it's very easy for me to find investment casting because
Oh,
that's how
right.
a lot of parts for ships are made, is with investment casting. And like there's hundreds of businesses that do it within a 100-kilometer radius of me. So it's really not that bad.
It's a little harder, I'd say, to find things in the UK. Maybe
It's
just my
surprisingly hard to
experience.
find anything in the UK.
Yeah, you want to find something like that. You've really got to find an old Yellow Pages book and hope they're still operational. it's quite.
I don't even. Do they still make Yellow Pages in the States? Does anyone still get phone books in the States? Is that a thing that happens?
I don't think they make it here, do they?
I think they only recently stopped. Like, I think it was 5 years ago is when they. I'm googling this. I need to know, but I do think it was only recently.
The only like phone, like the only catalog that I still get is the Uline catalog, because I ordered from them once like 6 years ago and they still send me the catalog, which, thank you, Uline. You assist me in starting fires on my property. It's greatly appreciated, but otherwise I don't order from you.
5 years ago. The last Yellow Pages was printed 5 years ago, January 2019.
Would have been good to be in that.
Jacob, that was 6 years ago.
I'm an engineer. No, it is 5 years because it was January 2019 and we're only halfway through 2025.
But January 2025 would be 5 years, would it not? Or 6 years, excuse me?
No, because if it was January 2020, it would be 4 years, 9 months. And if it was January 2019,
let us know
it's
in the comments
5
who's
years.
right. It's incalculable. Someone in the comments could do the math for me.
I am doing integer rounding down, I should say, to get to 5 years.
As a man, you should always be rounding up. We
Like
all know
5.9 is nah. You need to under promise and over perform in every aspect of life.
Yes,
That's good advice.
that's great advice. That's good advice, no matter what you're doing. Under promise,
Yeah.
over deliver, because otherwise, you're gonna be in a bad spot. You're gonna be in a real bad spot. Even for deadlines, like as a business, if you think it's gonna take you 2 weeks, tell the client 4. Tell them 4. Because if
It's why on our website we put 4 to 6 weeks lead time. It's a lot faster than 4 to 6 weeks.
right, and then you're now the superhero because you got it done faster. So, speaking of your website, let me hit the billing department real quick, and then we'll come back with a fun little question for the gents here. So, big thank you to the sponsors of the show, Construct 3D, the UK's fastest 3D printer, the first bamboo 3D printer, mind you. You can check them out at construct-3d.com. They are business class machines for a business class environment. And while they are a little expensive, if you're looking for something that is going to run well, going to run consistently, and going to be as safe as, well, most of us would consider considerably overbuilt, check out Construct-3D. Thank you for sponsoring the show. Big thank you to Printed Solid for sponsoring the filament giveaways that we do here. Remember, after we turn off the recording and we do our whole little goodbye, don't leave, because we give away some filament to people. So if you do want to win some made in the US filament from Printed Solid, made somewhere in Delaware, because they're currently moving, you can enter in that pinned chat message. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all those things. Check out merch. Links are in the description as well. And what else am I supposed to mention? Oh, yeah, we have a Patreon and PayPal and YouTube channel members. $10 tier and higher gets to come hang out in our private Discord server, where we will be always doing an after the show hangout with a bunch of people who are already currently hanging out without us, probably listening to the show and making fun of us live in the Discord, because that's...
Oh no, you can guarantee they're making fun of us.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
There's no probably, they just are.
And these streams do come to you YouTube ad-free, but you do have to listen to my idiot voice talk a little bit about the sponsors, because that's how we can afford to make it ad-free on YouTube. And, you know, if you don't mind, a couple of bucks goes a long way to supporting that. Super chats and things help us keep the streams ad-free to you all outside of the once an hour or so times that I remind you to like, subscribe, and all of that. Mad Cat says we are in the Discord heckling Grant and Jacob. Cool. Yeah, that's on brand. That's on brand. So
I did the math. It was 74-ish months from when the last yellow pages. So I might be bad at time, but I'm okay at math. 74 months is a little bit higher than 5 years.
74
Just a
months
little
is
bit.
6 years.
It's almost 6.5 years. It's not even close.
Well, it is above 5. You are technically correct.
It is. But it's so off.
Look, I get it. The last like 5 years feel like, you know, it's been 5 minutes, and then I look at what's going on in the world. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to just being a hermit. Thanks.
Oh.
All right. So, as a lot of people know, what we actually have is a food podcast that happens to randomly mention and bring on guests in 3D printing, I guess. So, Rick, what is your favorite food and why?
Is it Marmite?
I quite like pig's ear because of the crunchiness of it.
Oh, like, is it actual pig's ear?
Yeah, it's a Portuguese dish.
Oh.
You tend to get it when you're eating, when you're drinking.
Huh.
You get a side of pig's ear.
I don't think I've ever had that before. Is it like deep fried?
It's
Is he messing
probably
with
not
me?
that nice.
feel
No,
like
no,
he's-
actually, I do quite like it.
I've had it before. It's quite nice.
It's different. It's not instantly nice, but it is just.
It is good when you have something to drink with it. Though there is an argument that drinking makes every food taste better than it actually is. Just a bit.
Possibly.
I'm not certain
I'm
that you're
Portuguese,
winning
so-
me over on this when you say it's not nice initially, but it gets better. Like, you're not.
Yeah, but that's like my favorite drink. My favorite drink is the first time you taste, you go, ooh, and then you come back to it after 3 more, and you're like, I can't live without this now. Which
You
is
should
Kinney.
try Jepson's Malort. It's none of those things. It's just bad.
What
Often
is that?
referred to as the blood of Christ, because it's from
Is that
Chicago,
just
where the Pope is from.
Really, really cheap.
It's not. No, it's really not that cheap. It's just bad. It's funny, but it's bad. It's funny because I don't mind it. Like, it's not that big of a deal to me, and most people absolutely hate it. And it's like, you know, I'm certainly not going to actively choose it, but I've eaten surströmming. Most anything is good compared to that. So, you know, it is what it is. Pickled herring is Grant's favorite food. We have video evidence. No, I hate it.
Grant
It's
didn't
terrible.
have pickled herring. He had fermented herring.
Fermented herring.
There's a big difference.
There's a big difference.
Pickled would actually probably taste quite nice.
Probably. You know, if it wasn't under so much pressure, you had to open it underwater or it would spray you in the face. Basically, don't try the original Swedish fish. It's terrible. But I did it for charity.
Swedish.
Yeah, you know those cans where they're banned from airlines? Grant had one, and it was as bad as it sounds. And apparently, there's different difficulty tiers. That was the easiest one. Yeah, Grant opened it. I was almost gagging, and I was a good 30 meters away when he opened it.
And I will point out that we were told you cannot do this inside. You have to go outside to do this. Outside, the only people that were out there were not from Sweden, other than the 2 other people that were doing it with me, Slavko and Jimmy.
Oh, no, there was one more. There was one more.
Who else was out there?
There was Nermin in the very far corner.
Well, he didn't
who
last.
just had to he had to eject himself from the entire vicinity. because of how bad this fish is.
Yeah, it's like it gives people PTSD. It's so bad. So
It is not good. It is not good.
okay, so I will have to find a Portuguese restaurant.
They'll have it.
If I wanted to order it, would it be called Pig's Ear?
I think so. It's got a Portuguese name that I can't remember, but yes.
Okay. Well,
Let me
all
Google
right.
it.
I'll add that. That's an odd one, but okay. And Andy, what about you?
Keep it basic, go carbonara.
Carbonara.
Yeah.
It's easy to make. It's filling. Yeah, tastes nice.
Looks good as well.
Just looks good. Yeah,
See,
Yeah.
yeah. It's just a
that
nice
one I can
pasta
get on
dish.
board for. Look, you put pasta in pretty much anything, and I'm gonna like it. Okay, right?
Got my
know.
2 favorite things: pasta and cheese.
Yeah, and bacon. Well,
And really, the
not bacon if you do it properly. Guanciale.
We're not doing
guanciale.
it properly.
It's different. It's not bacon. It's guanciale. we did something this week, or this past week, that I actually really enjoyed. We made homemade pho soup, like the actual like soup, in an instant pot with a chicken carcass. So like the
Did that work?
it worked, and it was really good.
Oh, I might have to try that now.
It was really good. So I
Was that just like on a standard like long cooker pot, or was that like a pressure cooker
we did it
pot?
in a pressure cooker in an instant pot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amber, if you're listening, put the recipe in the Discord.
Please do. I will make that so fast.
So here's the thing. There's only one problem with it. It smells very heavily of cinnamon and cardamom. It smells very bright, but it is not at all. Like your house will smell like you've just obliterated half a dozen cinnamon sticks, and it does not taste like that at all. The cinnamon barely comes through. But that's okay. That's what we were hoping for. But both Amber and I are like, this smells very, very strong of cinnamon. We are a little worried about this. And it ended up being tremendous. I think my plan is to like start making it on like, so I get a rotisserie chicken pretty much every Saturday. So I'm looking to maybe make the soup on a Tuesday, so I can extend it through Friday and be totally fine. Some rice noodles, obviously. And if the chicken is still good, check to make sure it is, you can use that as the protein with a little bit of sesame oil. And oh, it was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, the chicken will still be good. That's what the pressure and the heat is for.
You know, I said very similar things. She said, no, that's not how it works. It's not how it works.
It's the same way, like you have something suspect in your fridge, you put it in the microwave, and when you microwave, you just put an extra 2 minutes on. It's like, oh, I obliterated it. It's fine.
That's not how that works. That is
Well, you
not
can't have
advice.
two.
Do not listen to that. That is not the right way. I don't care if that's how you do it. It's not the right way to do it.
Nah,
Please don't.
the pro tip for microwave is don't always have it on high. You want to make a soup, put it to medium high. Double the time, half the power. It doesn't allow it to separate, but it still brings it up to temperature. That's the pro chef Mike tip right here.
Where did you learn that? Is that in a book?
No,
I feel
it's
like
YouTube.
that's
Everything's on YouTube.
I had a book on microwave cooking once. I was wondering if you'd read the same book.
No, I actually do want to read more about cooking because I've gotten really, as we know from the podcast, I'm really into cooking now. Like, I didn't realize you can put metal in a microwave.
Yeah.
I also didn't realize you can make ruby in a microwave.
Stop watching Styro Pyro on YouTube and you'll be fine.
I kind of want to make just like a little ceramic crucible vessel, and I can cast
To make
centimeter
ruby.
by centimeter blocks of ruby because I want to turn them into dice. I want to have solid ruby dice and be an absolute baller, and then lose them and cry.
So there's one problem with this, specifically with Ruby, is it is incredibly brittle. Ruby is very, like, especially synthetic
You'll
Ruby,
roll it and it'll just shatter.
it can. It's not a guarantee, and if you're going to do it, you want to anneal it. So really, if you're gonna make microwave Ruby, which is a thing, you can do it, it's fine. You will want to post anneal it in like a kiln, or something that gets obscenely hot.
I'll just do the microwave trick again. Just leave it on for longer.
It's not. A microwave
how
is
it
not
works.
the answer to all your problems.
Oh.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Fine, I'll give you a different tip then. Microwave meals. If you want to take them to another level, there's two very easy things you can do.
Use an air
One,
fryer.
put them that's now three things.
Just don't use a microwave. That's
Put them
how
on
you...
a plate. Don't eat them out the plastic. The psychological impact, statistically, even though it's all in your mind, makes it taste about 18% better. And then the
What if you
second
put
thing,
the tray on a plate, but it's still in the tray?
that doesn't count. It's the psychological impact of having the plastic. It was. I have to find the research paper now, but there was an actual research paper of how to elevate microwave meals, and it was designed all the way around restaurants, just taking a microwave
Wait,
meal
so
and being able to monetize that better.
the
It's the
freaking answer to
conclusion.
this is it's not to just make it better, it's to trick yourself into it being better.
Yeah.
It's not, oh yes, this actually makes it better. No. It is to fundamentally mess with the way that you perceive things to make you think it's better.
Yep. But the second one is how to make it better. Is after you finish cooking it, put it back in your oven. If you've got a salamander or a grill at the top, just leave it on for 2 minutes and it really chars up the top layer.
I
So if you've
have-
got like a hot pot or something, it's really nice.
Salamanders live outside. They look like
I
lizards.
keep
it's-
forgetting that's what do Americans call salamanders?
What the hell's a salamander other than a lizard?
It's just a really hot, thin grill. I don't know how to call it. It's you get them in ovens. They're
No.
like the really thin bit of the oven at the top.
We don't have that. That's not common.
I'm getting weird looks from Rick and Andy. Please tell me you guys have one.
No, you're on your own.
No,
Well,
I
like,
was
so if-
thinking about
In your oven, you've got a
questions
thin oven, right?
We
At
have
the top?
we have a grill at the top of the oven,
So there-
but it's part of the oven.
They're saying broiler, which is what I think you're meaning, where it's like this far away from the heating elements,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's just moving a rack higher up in your oven and turning the broil setting on. That's all that it is.
Oh.
But once
I've
again,
only
I
ever
will
heard
tell
of it as a
you-
salamander.
An air
It's like
fryer
all the
does all
broilers.
of that, and so does a propane torch.
I'm not allowed to use the propane torch anymore on food.
That's not a story I need to know right now.
I will show you why. So the problem is I don't
No.
have any legitimate propane anymore. So I was putting this in it.
Oh, it's
which
green
is
gas.
gold gas. No, this is gold gas.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
a
it's-
spicier green gas.
Don't do that.
Not
Um,
deodorant.
No. So while this doesn't have all of the oil particulates that green gas has, it's also not just propane. I think it's like a propane butane hybrid mix with something else. It is like 4 times as powerful when you burn it.
My dad said
I almost
butane's a
destroyed
bastard
my burner.
gas. And that's a King of the Hill reference
Oh.
that only people that watch King of the Hill will get. But that,
Only you
that's-
will get that.
No. I know
Yeah.
there are more degenerates that watch that show in the chat. It could be
You
nap
should have
gas,
seen me
but-
with the bloody stupid little it was supposed to be a creme brulee little burner. I'm just there with my industrial airsoft gold gas
Jacob, that's why
filling
you
her
just
up.
get cheap butane torches and put butane in them.
I've got to get you some of this gold gas, and you can see your flame go
I'm
that
good.
big.
I also completely unrelated. I found the cutest little spray can that ever exists. Just look at how adorable it is.
That's average sized. I don't know why you're calling it cute and small.
That's fair. This is
That's
very
just an average sized one.
This is
Yeah.
ASUB. This is for 3D scanning. So these are the sample cans that you can get of ASUB. This is ASUB Orange. It is a sublimating spray that you spray it on something, it turns it white, so you can easily scan it. And then after, this one's good for like 12 hours, 12 to 24 hours. It fully sublimates off the surface. Super cool.
Really?
Yeah. And it's got like
It leaves nothing.
a great sound as well. Like the actual sound of it is beautiful. Yes, it leaves completely nothing behind.
So you can print back onto it if it's PLA.
Did you need to 3D scan something?
No, I
In
was just
situ?
wondering if it left any residue that would prevent it.
According to them, it doesn't. Now, I've never functionally tested it on a 3D printer.
Right.
But, I mean, I've sprayed it on very
That'd
expensive
actually be quite interesting to see how that works.
I sprayed it on
Well,
cars, on boats, on planes, on helicopters. It doesn't matter. You can spray it on jewelry, anything that you want to spray it on. Works perfectly fine. I've never had it impact anything other than real leather. And I think that's more down to the actual propellant in it rather than what it's made out of. But to give you an idea, the regular like spray can, which I don't have a full can handy, is $40 US. So it is quite pricey. If you want something to scan with and you don't care about cleaning it, just use dry shampoo. It gives you a very similar surface texture without any of the BS.
I've only ever done isopropyl and talcum powder.
You can do that. I will often just, it's so humid here that I can often just dust with talcum powder and it just sticks to it, so I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's very dependent, very dependent. Okay, so why 5-axis? Like, why 5-axis other, like, because you could have just done 3. You could have just done a generative design machine that's 3-axis. Why'd you say we're going to turn it up and go to 5-axis? Like, why?
Well, it enables a lot, really. For me, it was printing onto parts. A lot of my research before was on remanufacturing, where if you have a damaged part, you could take that damaged part, put it back into a machine, and then repair the damaged section without having to make a whole new part. And I was doing a lot of that research at the time, and then 5-axis naturally is the way you do it, because you can put a part into a build plate and then print back onto the part. It makes more sense in metal if you're printing metal parts. But that was really how I got into it. It was for part repair. Looking at it as a tool for research into part repair. If you can do it on your desktop, then it's really easy. You don't have to invest in a £500,000 machine to try these things, and you can do it.
So the idea was to take something that was broken, attach it to the build plate, then print on it? Is that...
Yeah, or upgrade, not just broken. Because what you could do, if you've got something already and then you want to add an attachment for something else, you could just print on the bit that attaches to something else, and you don't need to make a whole new part. But you can like functionally upgrade parts, like in theory, by putting them into this machine and then printing what you need. Or removing. You can also remove material. But this is way back, old research that I was doing on remanufacturing.
I've never thought of that. That would be a really cool thing to show off at shows, is to like have a off-the-shelf plastic part that you're then utilizing the 5-axis for. Because like,
yeah,
to me, I never thought of that perspective of 5-axis 3D printing, is that you're adding on to something that already exists. To me, it's just, we're doing it to like avoid support material. We're doing it to enable crazier overhangs. We're utilizing 5-axis strictly for how it benefits 3D printing, and not by taking something that already exists in a COTS commercial off-the-shelf solution and being able to modify. I've never thought of it that way. That does open up quite a bit for 3D
that was
printing.
the idea. Yeah, particularly in metals, things like WAM, because you can get functional parts on an FDM machine. It's less functionally useful. It's still useful, but less so. And so this here's the grey part on this was printed onto the white part. It's just a model. So we were looking at how to repair broken
So you
models.
took that white part, put it
Yeah,
on the bed, and then it as a separate operation, then ended up printing
prints
that.
the grey, onto the top. But the code that I'd written looked at where the area was that is missing, and then it takes another reference model to fill in that area. So you take what it should be and overlay it on what it isn't, or the damaged part.
God, that
How?
sounds so complicated.
How did you get it to be at the perfect spot on the build plate like that?
You you scan the model fixtured into the build plate, so you have
Ah,
all of the reference point of the fixture that you can reference off of, and then you can print onto it.
and that's why you were
That's
wondering
really
about the A
smart.
sub. Okay, this makes a okay. This is now coming full circle. I'm like, why does he care to 3D scan something in situ? Like, what's the
Yeah.
point? Take it off the plate. I don't care if it's in situ. No, no, no. You want to
No,
scan it
in situ's needed.
Oh my
Yes, that's
gosh.
it. That's how you do it. You got to have it in situ, fixtured already, because then the reference points are on the fixturing. On the
Right,
right.
and then it doesn't change.
Yeah.
I never considered that.
If you
That's
used,
insane.
because God, like most 3D scanners are going to require tracking dots of some point, up to some extent, to get something like that at a reasonable like detail level.
Yeah. For this, we just did photogrammetry.
Oh,
It was a Creality scanner as well that we tried.
oh, like the ferret
Which
or
wrote-
something.
Yeah, it was before that. It was the CR10 or
The
something.
CR01.
Maybe we had one of those in the group.
How early
that was
on
alright.
did you have it, and do you still have a copy of their early software?
No, no to both. Are you looking for one?
Yes, I am. Well,
It
I
was
don't care
really
about the
annoying,
scanner.
actually.
I care about the software. So
Yeah, you had to have a valid code or something to get into the scanner.
yes, so I've got a copy of the old software, but it needs the code. So technically, I do care about the scanner. But if someone has a copy of it running, that's enough for me. I want to see it, because Artec is currently suing Creality and has been suing them for years over theft of intellectual property. And so the story goes that Creality poached Artec staff members, which is all unfair and love and war, if you will. But they somehow convinced those staff members to bring intellectual property from Artec over to Creality. Artec, knowing that this could be a problem, had put all these identifiers in there that they could look for. And they found identifiers in the Creality software. And you might say, Grant, why does that matter? Artec Studio is $1,500 US per year, or $3,500 US one time with no updates. Like, if I could get something that is free-ish, that that it'll never get updates, because the later versions of the CR Scan 01 software had a lot of that stuff removed from it. But if I could get something that could do like a lot of what makes the Artec Studio software so damn good, it would be very valuable to me, because Artec, if they would just allow you to connect other scanners to their software, I think they would be a much bigger company than they currently are. Because that's the thing that makes them special, is their software. Their software is just very, very good. Like, it's tremendous software. However, it only works with Artec scanners. And it's frustrating. And I have 6 Artec scanners, right? 2 Evas, a Leo, a Spider, and a Ray. I have 5. I have 5 Artec scanners, encompassing the better part of $250,000 US in expenses to get those. Yeah, they're not cheap. Like here's an Eva. I keep an Eva on my desk. It's like, this is
You can tell it's expensive because it's beige.
Yes, it's beige. It's not white. It's beige.
It's industrial beige.
It's $20,000 US. Brand new. Don't buy these new. There's no reason to. Buy them off of eBay. They're way cheaper. Shh. But yeah, that's funny, because not many people run those scanners anymore, because they were atrocious, and atrocious is being very nice to them for how bad they were.
But no, so just going back, like, so you scan them in situ with photogrammetry, and then what is the step from there? So you've got your scanned object.
Well, then it was a Jupyter notebook with Open3D, going through step by step
Really?
alignment. I see. Yeah. So you have the registration steps where you use an ICP algorithm to align both parts. Or before that, you can do a ransack alignment to get a rough kind of position. Fine tune the alignment with ICP. And then you separate one of the geometries from the other to get the volume that's missing. And then you can export that as a body that's already in kind of position because you've scanned the build plate and the part.
Yeah.
Then you get the geometry that you want to print. Then you got to slice it, which is easier with a 5-axis slicer. And you can print onto parts that are curved, or any part really. You can print onto a flat plane or a curved plane. But that was the reason for getting into multi-axis. And then you have the other stuff
That's
like no
insane.
support, stronger layers too, because you can. Well, we were testing it to
never
show
thought
some
of
of the
this.
parts we were making,
It's like
and they
So I'm
feel
assuming
much
like you
smoother.
don't have to worry about the anisotropy of it because it's tilting to be whatever orientation you need.
Yeah, it might be slightly better. You need to actually test it to quantify. Is it better or it'd be a bit better, but you need to get the numbers to prove it. But yeah, you can get stronger parts, pretty sure. And then there's less support. But I wouldn't say that's the biggest advantage of it, because supports you can get rid of quite quickly. It's the cool stuff that I think is the big advantage of 5-axis.
That's never, but that to me that was never something that I've thought of. So like this is mind blowing to me that so like I've always looked at like 5-axis and seen what Brendan Builds is doing, right? And like how he's just doing all this crazy stuff. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I don't necessarily have a amazing use case for it because the build volume itself is the more limiting factor for us. But being able to fixture an existing component, like I'm looking at all of my camera gear saying, this could be very valuable if I could fixture pieces of like a camera cage or the side of my Sony camera, like scan it, 3D print it, and then be able to make custom strain relief for the side of my Sony camera. That would be amazing.
Yeah, AI Build in their recent update, I think last week, have introduced a really easy way of doing this. The whole alignment thing over to the printing onto surfaces. It's one of their features for remanufacturing. I think it's very useful in large format and metal as well.
It's like for metal, I guess I am used to, so like the company that we work with to do metal 3D printing, they are ISO 13485, if I'm correct. They make spinal fusion jigs. It's the ISO for permanent internal use in the human body. I forget exactly which one it is, but it's the one for permanent use inside of the human body. And they just do titanium. So like I get to use spare machine space and I pay very close to retail or very close to cost, but I have to go do all the work myself. Their stuff is welded, if you will, to the build plate because it's all powder and it gets stuck onto the build plate.
Oh,
So
and then
you
they
have
have to
to-
like EDM surface it off.
Angle grinder.
Yeah.
It's an angle grinder. And you build your parts with a big cylinder on it so that that's the thing that you cut off. And then you can basically use a surface grinder and grind the plate back to being perfectly flat. And it works very well. Those are on GE CM1s, the GE Concept Laser CM1 machines. Very, very nice machines. But, you know, kind of a challenge, I would think, to put something in it and then to print titanium on top of that.
Yeah, referencing is the hard bit. Getting it all aligned so that you're
Yeah.
printing where you actually should be. If it's the same material, usually it's okay. It will stick. Yeah, referencing is a tough bit, especially if you need high precision, like microns.
Right.
That you probably need to post machine all of it.
Oh yeah, if you're going for like micron level, the porosity in metal 3D printing starts to become a problem. And sure, while it's 98 or 99% solid, that still means there's space in there for not solid material to fit. And that's where like the X1 process to me is super cool, where they do powder metal printing, but it's held together with a binding solution. And then it is all backfilled with like a brass, bronze, steel. You backfill the porosity on it to make it 100% solid, but it's now an alloy of metal. It's a very odd process.
Yeah, another application is kind of a training tool for the robots and stuff. Big format, large format, because you don't need a robot arm to do.
I mean, I think you are literally the smallest 5-axis that I've ever seen.
Yeah, funny enough.
Hey, it's not about the size, it's about how you use it, okay?
Someone wanted it even smaller. Well, they were like, could you do it
Even
smaller?
smaller?
Why?
Could you
Why?
do that?
Well, yeah, we could do like half the size, maybe even smaller.
But why?
We pack in quite a lot of build volume for the site. I think it was a showpiece, probably.
Oh.
Something to show.
I mean, it's
more than
already
anything else.
cute. It's small box size. Like, it's already cute enough.
The new one's a bit bigger. It's not released yet, but the new design is
nice,
much larger.
See, I'm looking.
Can you talk about the improvements you've made? I'm
There are
fishing
many
for information.
many improvements. We're running heated bed. I don't know how much we can talk about, but yeah.
There are improvements,
running
and
heated
there
bed.
are many of them coming soon to Yem.
Yeah, well, we've practically designed it all from the ground up for production, so that we have a machine that's reliable, well made, and works really well.
See, I'm over here doing like pieces like this that are crazy high detail. It's a snake. It's a snake on a log. The head is missing because it doesn't fit. There it is. The head is missing because it doesn't fit in the build volume. But like, this would be a primo model to be done in 5-axis just because of all the detail on it. I'm like, oh, I don't have to spend time to remove all the support material. That would be so nice. And yeah, it doesn't make sense though. Your process makes so much more sense, but this is what I want to do because to me this is what 5-axis is useful for. But there's so much more to it that I didn't know. That's super cool.
There's a lot. There's a lot we can do to it. Yeah.
I mean, so I know that you've got closed loop, and I actually wanted to touch on that because I feel a bit outspoken with closed loop in this industry, where I think it up to now, and I hope you correct me, I've always believed it doesn't really have a place in 3D printers because it's either they're never used because your machine is already accurate, and it's only there for stall detection, really, to see if you've lost tolerance, or it's for massive CNC industrial machines, never really 3D printers. Like, what was like the impetus to put closed loop on? Is it actually useful for you?
Yes, it comes back to fixturing, and then Andy also has.
Yeah.
I thought, if you've set the closed loop and then you put your part in, if you knock it out of position when you're trying to fumble around and fix a part to the build plate, it goes back to 0.
Yep.
So we can set it, fixture something, and then with the closed loop know that
makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Closed loop motors tend to run quieter, and you can push them a bit harder as well. Because they,
can you?
Because the way that the current is set means you're not running at the max current all the time. You're running at the current required to maintain the position, which most of the time is a lot lower than the max current. So then when you're doing like accelerating moves where like the position error gets a bit larger, it then ramps up the current. So you can stick your maximum current higher because the average current is going to be lower, so the temperature's colder, if that makes sense. Because if you struck the maximum current higher on a open loop motor, then it'd be that current all the time. So the motor's going to get hot quite quick. Whereas with closed loop, the average current doesn't like go up to what you set, except when it's needed.
Well, and Jacob, what you're thinking of for closed loop isn't really closed loop. Like, so you say that printers will use closed loop for step detection, like skip step detection. They don't. They don't even do that. They look for a spike in the current through the driver, and that
Well,
says,
I know how
"Oh,
step detection works at the moment. It's more of it's like from my perspective, it was redundancy. It was if it moved, it could move back and continue. Whereas obviously you can detect steps, but then it's still lost.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
with the rotary axes as well, like collisions between the bed and the X country are a lot more likely to happen if you have bad G code. Whereas with a 3D printer, you can set soft limits in your axes, and for the most part, you can be sure you're not going to have a collision unless it's colliding into the part. But if you give a machine like this bad G code, then you can get a collision relatively easily. But there's still a fair amount of safeguards we put in place. But
Well,
there's more ways to mess up than a 3-axis printer. With closed loop,
That does make
it's
a
able
lot
to
more
detect
sense.
that and stop you. Like that is one of the safeguards that we have.
And let's be real, right? A collision on a 3D printer, even a 5-axis machine, is nowhere near as expensive as a collision on a CNC machine, where like, okay, if you run a nozzle into a build plate, maybe you have to change out the build plate. If you run an end mill into a fixture table or the trunnion of a 5-axis mill, that is a very expensive sound. You are going to be standing in the unemployment line later that day, and it will have cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? So to do it for you guys, you did it to maintain the steps, and I got to experience that. Jacob, you weren't at Rocky Mountain, so you haven't experienced it yet. But
You keep rubbing it in that I wasn't there.
Ha! No, they had a cool demo where it was 2 axes that you could actually rotate, and they would go right back to where they were, and the duet would recognize that that something had been moved, and that's part of the software that you guys have behind this machine, right? It is the software integration.
Yeah,
is
that's
what
part
makes
of
it unique.
Ric Real. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So was there any like firmware complications then? Getting 5-axis and RepRap talking nicely with each other?
So at the moment, we're not doing like inverse kinematics in the firmware. So it's just doing like motor position with G code rather than world coordinates. But there is a fork of RepRap that hopefully will get merged into mainline soon, which does like the inverse kinematics for you. And then it takes a lot of the load off the slicer, which also opens up to make it easier to integrate this machine into other slicers, which will be good in general. Like open source is nice, and like, obviously it runs G code, so you could just use this as 3-axis printer if you wanted, but
why? You don't
desk
need
space.
The new one's looking quite fast.
Yeah.
As well,
fast.
Please continue.
Ooh.
For 3-axis.
Oh, okay. I'm like, fast for 5-axis is like 5-axis, when you think of speed, is different because of how everything has to kind of work together. 3-axis fast is literally how fast can it move in the X, the Y, and the Z. But with 5, it's now how fast can X, Y, Z, A, and C all move together for that speed. So it ends up being considerably lower. So your new machine in 3-axis mode is very fast. Then is that correct?
Yes, it's looking fast, but
I have to find out.
and making good points.
You tease.
So is this like Smurf? We'll see.
Are we going to see it, Smurf? Do I
Yeah,
get to
probably.
touch it?
It's in March.
Oh,
March next year,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah,
that's gonna
it's
be fun.
normally in November, like right around Form Next. But they moved it
We-
into March.
Might be at Form Next. Not sure yet.
We're gonna try to go to Form Next.
we are also trying to go to Form Next badly, but we're trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Do a little meet up, or meet up in Form Next and stroke the new generative machine.
Is the goal to release it at Formnext then?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. We don't really have a goal to release it at a particular event.
Yeah,
just wanna
release it
get
when
it-
it's ready.
Yeah, when we're confident that it's ready to go out into many people's
That
hands.
is a good mindset to have.
See, that's
Yeah, don't want to
Well,
release
not
something
for everyone.
have
well.
to
See,
to
that's
do a
the
bunch
nice
of
thing
support
about
on
being
it.
a smaller company. You're allowed to just say, "Yeah, it'll be out whenever the hell we want it to be out. If you want it out earlier, sucks to be you."
Until someone else does it first, and then you're like, "Oh, that was quite
Jacob
slow."
doesn't know anything about that, about launching a printer a couple of
Nope,
days
definitely
before
not.
another machine comes out and becomes a huge problem for him.
Oh, my SEO will never forgive me.
No, it's okay.
That's
It
just
was
life.
bad. We wasted so much money.
That's life. That's business sometimes. Real quick, I missed it. David Connor Show with the $5, Mr. Brisket himself. Thank you, sir. David is the person that actually brought us brisket to Rocky Mountain. Like, he made brisket and brought it, so that fulfilled the full food podcast part of the show. Is because of Mr. David Connor Show over himself. So it was pretty awesome. John Stern says I should be at Open Sauce. It will cost me more to be at Open Sauce than it will cost me to go to Smurf. Sorry. Simple as that. Like, it's not even difficult. I would much rather go to the UK than go to California. So,
We got better food.
I don't know, man. California's got really good food.
I know. I just found my my favorite pub in the entire country. Unfortunately,
Where
it's
is
a
it?
6-hour drive from where I live. It is. I am actually going to open my work Trello to find out because we stayed there overnight. It was that nice. It's asking me to log in. I've never experienced this before. This is not going well for doing it live.
Was it in the south or in the north?
It
guess
was in the
south.
south. It was in the south. Our workspace.
How close to Gatwick Airport
boards.
was it?
It was a bit far. It was down left, so it was quite close to Portsmouth. Where is it?
Why can't
that's
these
the
places
glance
that you
board.
like be close to places where I travel in and out
I
of?
know.
Damn it.
It was the
There we go.
King's Head.
Events and expos. So we were down at Battle Lab on the 2nd, and it's called the Frampton Arms. It is just a regular pub in a small village, and it has done the best rack of ribs I have had in this entire country. Now, bear in mind, I went to
Oh,
Malta.
I was gonna say I'll take you to Austin, Texas, and ruin you on what
No.
ribs are like, or
I went to
Tennessee.
Malta, where they've got the Chisk brewery, and in the old brewery they turned it into a restaurant, and they do arguably some of the best ribs in Malta. Well, I went here. Malta sucked compared to this. This was amazing. The chips were logs. They were crunchy on the outside, fluffy on the inside, and
That's
it was
triple
gorgeous.
cooked.
Yeah,
Like, those
it
are-
was
those are
so
the
good.
best.
Yeah, that's absolutely double frying, which is the right way to do chips, or fries. You know.
No. These were chips because they were logs. They were thick. A fry is thin. A chip is it's a steak chip.
Yeah, steak fry.
Don't you dare.
That's what they're called. That's
They
what
are
they're
not
called.
called steak fries.
That's what they're called. That's what they're called in the
No.
States. They're called steak fries. Yep.
At which size in your stupid backwards country do fries become chips?
When you're cutting a potato into like eighths, right?
That was how big these were. They were
Yeah,
literally like
steak fry.
that thick by that. Like
So
it's a log. They just topped and tailed a potato, and that was the entire fry. Oh God,
Rob
you can't be
Lutter-
saying it now.
What?
Fry. I said fry. I Freudian slipped a fry in there.
Rob Lutter says he's going to show us a good time when we go to Austin next. I was in Austin
Oh, don't
last
tempt me with a
when
good
we
time.
scanned the U.S. women's soccer team, and I waited like 2.5 hours for Terry Blacks. It was good, but I'm not certain it was 2.5 hours good. But I'm not certain a lot of things are worth 2.5 hours to wait for in line. But it was good, you know. I know that there are better places. They had lines around the block, and I just wasn't willing. I do like barbecue, and I will gladly try it anywhere that we go. Absent Hickory House about a decade back, apparently. Look, this is, like I said, this is a food podcast that happens to talk about 3D printing. Okay, we can get deep into it. So, you guys are still using actual steppers then, with closed loop. Why not push over to servos, other than cost?
Yeah, I guess cost and ease of controlling.
Cost is really the big one.
Simple. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, closed loop steppers integrate well into the True ecosystem as well. So,
is there a different difficulty when you look at servos just because of the way that they're driving or things like that to integrate into the ecosystem?
to be honest, I haven't looked recently at how to do servers, so I wouldn't be able to say in the current firmware. But yeah, I mean, steppers it's pretty much as easy to do closed loop steppers in RepRap as it is to do open loop steppers. So like, it's 2 extra G-code commands or something like that to configure.
Wait, that's it?
Yeah.
Jacob,
I
why aren't
told
you
you
doing
RepRap
closed loop
was
on
the
the
best.
construct too?
Complications with communication.
That just sounds like a weasel out way of saying I don't want to do the work. Because apparently,
I would
apparently
love
it's 2
closed
lines.
loop.
They're doing it for 5-axis. You can't sit
Yeah, but
here.
I don't have the encoder. So I've
It's not
got
the
a
end of the
drop-on
world.
encoder.
Huh, you know, I wonder if you needed to get an encoder for a stepper motor, who might be a good company to ask about how they make them or where they get them from, and if they could introduce you to a supplier for that. I'm not certain who we would ask, but you know, I have a couple of gents in mind that might have that knowledge for you.
Yeah, I have no idea who you're talking about. No, I would legitimately, honestly love to get some form of closed loop because I think that would just be like the last step in our machine. The only challenge we had so far is, so obviously Duet has the drop-on hat. I don't know what
Yeah.
you'd call it.
Yeah,
That
the
you just bolt
magnetic
onto the
encoder.
back.
Yeah.
But I need to drive it with its own like 1HCL because it's so far away from the motherboard. And then that adds its own layer of complexity because the 1HCL would end up in the heated chamber. And that's not good. When the heated chamber is 70 degrees, it would very much not appreciate that. So I'm trying to figure out a way to, if I did get that, it probably has to be like a whole integrated stepper with the driver built in and be high temperature. And I've not found one yet. But if you guys know of one, just saying. Be pretty cool.
So I just started a poll because now I'm curious. Is closed loop something you would pay extra for? Because I'm not certain that a lot of people really need it. I understand why it's useful for Generative Machine, but I'm thinking as 3D printing in general. Is it something that people would pay for? Right?
So I've seen Bamboo does it with their H2D hot end and their, I think it's their A series hot end does closed loop servo.
No.
Yes, they do it on
And-
the extruder, but not X and Y.
Yeah,
Reality do it
just on
on
the
X and Y.
extruder, just on the H2D, and it's also in the AMS, apparently. I don't know why, but it's also apparently in the AMS.
So I think they're doing that just for like really ghetto filament detection. Instead
They're
of
saying
measuring the
that they're
filament.
using some of the data for pressure advanced calibration.
Honestly, with the amount of engineering they put into that H2D, it could be there to collect your IP address, and I would still say it's a valid reason to have it. I'm not certain that the uses that we can think of are anything of the uses that it's actually for. Like, the method at which you could use closed loop or servos to detect would just be amazing.
So I'm not massively familiar with closed loop in RepRap, obviously because I've never really used it. I've only seen what's been at the shows, which does look really good. But the thing that keeps getting me is I just don't massively see why it is, other than the thermal headroom, because as Andy said, it lowers the amperage. I just don't know. I don't know
So
why
I
we'd
also have
see
it
it.
running on my E3D tool changer, and with that machine, if you get a skip step, like even 1 or 2 skip steps, like literally it's just shifted over by 1 step, that could result in it dropping a tool or not dropping off a tool and then trying to pick up another tool while it's still got a tool selected. So having the stall detect doesn't always detect a stall. It's fairly good, but it's not 100%. But closed loop is, from my experience, 100%. So yeah, just having the peace of mind knowing that if there is a collision with the part or something's gone wrong, it's going to pause and not mess up any further is just nice to have for a machine where if it does mess up, it's going to be a costly and time-consuming fix. That's
God damn, I
one of the
don't think I
reasons
can
why.
get away with it anymore. I'm definitely going to have to put closed loop on the index versions. 100%.
You should try it.
That has just
Yeah.
sold me instantly.
I've read on forums that people, when they're printing materials that are filled, like carbon filled, that they also see performance improvements because of something to do with the surface roughness. I don't know. They said they could only print these specific materials when they had the closed loop running on the
That's an
XY
odd one.
axis.
Interesting.
Because, like,
But I've only read that. I've never experienced it. You could
Yeah,
probably
I also-
find the post.
Chris Catlett's in the
And
chat saying closed loop would cost more than $100, even for a 3-axis, unless you're talking about closed loop steppers, which we are. He said they're meh. Closed loop steppers just do stall detection at the driver. But you guys are using it well beyond that. You're basically using closed loop steppers as servos.
Yes, there's closed loop steppers where you have the stepper motor has a mini MCU on it, and that does all of the the control loop by itself, and the control board just gives it step and direction. That's not what we're doing, because that doesn't really give you much advantage. With Ric Real, the main board is controlling the control loop. So it's measuring the encoder data, it's looking at the target position and the actual position and controlling the current directly. It's not just sending step and direction to the motor and hoping that it's going to be in position. So the main board does all of the control loop, which gives you better precision and better performance.
Like my understanding with closed loop steppers is it almost always does use an encoder, but apparently Chris says that's not all that common, and having that separate encoders where it is different and where the gains are. Like even adding like a Hall effect sensor onto it gives you better, but the way you guys are doing it is much nicer, much nicer than just a Hall effect sensor, right? Can you explain
Hall effect
some of it?
sensors are quite nice because they give you almost absolute precision. Need to do a bit of calibration, but we're running Quadrature at the moment, mostly because they're packaged, like pre-packaged onto the motor, so it just fits in really well with the assembly. But functionally, they perform quite similar. I would say if you are doing it on a smaller number, then Hall effect is what I would do for if I was doing on my printer, I'd use Hall effect. But if you're trying to do it on many printers like we are, then that extra assembly step is a little bit of a fiddly one. So if we could find a motor that had a pre-packaged Hall effect encoder on it, then I think we'd probably go for that over a Quadrature one.
What size?
But the benefit isn't huge to warrant the extra effort to go out.
That's fair. So the Quadrature, is that the type of is that like a software or is that hardware? I'm not aware.
No, so it's a Quadrature. It's two output signals. So you have 2 square waves slightly offset.
Okay.
So And some quadrillage encoders will also have a pulse once per revolution. So you almost get an absolute encoder from that. That if you do one revolution round, then that's all you technically need to do to home it. But we don't have that set up in this printer.
So you could home it really quickly if you wanted to. That's cool.
Yeah. We're homing with homing the rotary axes with probing the nozzle onto the bed in various spots. But with a Hall effect encoder, you get like a analog value of the magnetic field out from the sensor relative to the magnet position, which is why it's closer to an absolute encoder. I'm hesitant to say it is an absolute encoder, but I think
interesting.
Then in RepRap at least, with Hall effect ones, the calibration data gets saved in effectively the EEPROM of the control board.
Okay.
So you only need to do that once per encoder board. Whereas with the quadrature ones, it's part of our homing script. So it needs to be done once per booting the machine. So as part of the homing script, it calibrates the encoder. Which is pretty much just checking which way is positive. And there's a little bit else, but that's the core bit that it needs to check. Otherwise, your error is like the opposite of what you're actually doing.
Well, you don't want that.
Things go wrong quickly if your PID loop is inverse. A little bit of error suddenly turns into a lot of error as it's compensating in the wrong direction.
I've never had that happen before. I've never turned a little bit of error into a lot of error. No. I'm
pretty sure that's how the Firefly rocket ended up blowing up like 20 seconds after launching from the pad, was they had an encoder upside down. So the oscillation loop was just like, yep, let's make it worse all the time.
So what size steppers are you guys using on the current machine, and if you care to tell us on the next iteration from Generative Machine?
Yeah, NUMA 17s at the moment. It's the standard. They work well for this form factor.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking for an example of the ones with the quadrature encoders on them. I've usually got a few, but don't have any at hand at the moment.
No, I don't have one that's not in the machine.
The only stepper that I have, like, I've got a 17 handy, but it's got no encoder on it. It's just a flat back, 4 wires, super simple. But it is definitely interesting to see adding encoding and adding all the detection and things that you need on this. To me, makes it a whole different animal, right? And I think that it's like you can use the quadrature encoding system to get higher accuracy at higher speeds and deal with jerk in a completely different manner, correct?
Yeah. Because you can, so it's not a PID loop that it's running, it's a PID VA loop. So a lot of the feedback is a VA, which is velocity and acceleration. So rather than just doing PID, which gives you like a pretty good one, means that when you are moving at a higher speed, you can run with a higher current. When you're moving with a higher acceleration, you can increase the current. And using the VA parameters, I've found gives better print quality than just like a standard PID loop.
So you could go, in theory, faster accelerations then, because you're actually monitoring it as you're doing it.
Yes, yeah. I haven't done like a lot of testing on like.
Well, then the ramping speed can change too, because like, you know, a lot of you'll set like, let's say it's a 10,000 millimeter per second squared of acceleration. You can ramp that acceleration so it starts slow, but then it's fast to deal with that inertia of getting that system in motion.
Yeah, S-curve acceleration.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, I'm getting way too many ideas just talking about this. So, Juan, do you know how easy it is to implement closed loop on RepRap, other than the G code side? Like, actually put it on an already existing machine.
Well,
Me.
apparently, it's impossible on Clipper. So, no, I'm not aware of how.
So you can go on Duet's website right now. They do sell. I don't know if you'd call it a daughter board. I call it a hat because I think it's cute. It's literally just a really simple PCB that you glue a magnet on the end of your stepper motor, and then you put the PCB on top, and it's a Hall effect sensor. And that's pretty much all it is. And you plug it into one of the daughter boards, and then that is how you do closed loop. It's really easy to implement.
Yeah, you can turn any motor into a closed loop motor. You can also get motors like we have with encoders already on them. Or Duet have
why is
They've
the
got the
motor, I
NEMA
think.
23 ones, yeah.
Ooh, those are beefy.
Mm.
Like, so then why is quadrature the chosen method here rather than just gluing the magnet and using the little hat? Or so why do it this way rather than
it's
Hall
the
effect?
assembly time.
Okay.
The gluing the magnet is fine for if you're doing a couple of them, but it's an extra assembly step that if we can reduce that, like time and motion, is that a term? Yeah, if we can reduce that, it reduces the cost of the machine.
Huh.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah, gluing those magnets onto my motors were more of a faff than I want to admit.
Yeah, you accidentally glue it to the jig to hold the magnet in place, so you
Every
make the jig
single
slightly
time.
sloppier.
Well, Jacob, that's
then
why
the
you would buy
magnets-
the motors with the encoders already built into them, so you don't have to,
Yeah, but I'm
center
prototyping. I just glued them in, and it was more of a
If
faff
you're doing
trying to
it
get
for
the
like one or
magnet
two
out of the
motors,
jig.
yeah, do the magnet one. It's an experience. It's fun.
See, you say it's an experience, but I'm not certain it's an experience that I personally want to partake in.
It's okay, guys. You'll find a way how to make it even worse for yourself. You'll somehow get enough super glue on the magnet for it to ooze down into the bearing and seize the entire motor.
I do still have a few gallons of super glue handy. That is possible. I could drop the whole motor into it.
You can get ones that you bolt onto the motor too, where you have to take the screws out of the motor itself and then replace it with a longer screw and bolt the encoder onto the back.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you just don't want to open up your motor when you're swapping out the screws.
Yeah, it can, if it picks up a little piece of swarf or something in there, oh yeah, no, it's,
Yeah, I don't know how true it is, but I was always told that there's an extra like magnetization step for something in stepper motor assembly. That means that if you open up a stepper motor casing, you lose some of the performance of it.
Yeah,
Huh.
I think that's
I think I've heard of that.
Especially for Neiman
Yeah, I think
14
I've
motors, I've
measured
noticed
that.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, because
So-
so I've got my explainer motor here where I stripped it so I could explain somebody how motors work. I put this back together, put it in a machine. The machine would not pass any of the QC tests,
Yeah.
and it was this motor.
Yeah,
It was
sometimes
insane
even-
how it just stopped working.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked.
I
it's
wouldn't
fine,
trust a
it just
motor
would
that had been
fail.
opened. Like,
Yeah, you can't even turn by hand anymore. You feel like crunching at every step. It's not very pleasant.
yeah.
Sometimes you've got to be really accurate and lucky when you're putting it back together.
Especially those motors where they have the wires soldered directly onto the coil.
Yeah.
And then you see people like opening up the motor
Just-
to resolder a broken wire. And you're like, well, that motor's just not going to work the same now anymore.
I think I'm just going to go ahead
What
and
was the
buy
point in
them with
soldering
it
it?
built in and just not worry about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
Yep.
They're not even that much more expensive either.
No, they're not.
they're quite well priced. Yeah.
Look, we just went through a Print Fix Friday this past week with someone who has a Cheaty Q1 Pro, and their bearings were not pressed into the pulleys straight, so the pulley was wobbling like crazy and causing just ridiculous print artifacts and things. They found that the walls of the pulley were 0.5 millimeter thick. 0.5 millimeter. Because they got a bigger bearing and a smaller wall diameter because those are cheaper to buy. likely because of something along, like one of their suppliers said, "Oh, this will work. It's just cheaper," right? And it made it to a point where like the cost cutting worked its way deep into it's now not user serviceable at all. Like the user has to like break epoxy apart, cut the pulleys apart. Like there's no easy way to service it. And so while you say it's not that much more expensive, it appears that even pennies start to matter when you're looking at like high level manufacturing, because customers are so worried about price. And that's what the poll shows us, right? 37% of people said yes, but it has to be under $100 extra. And then 20% just said yes. 20% said yes under 250, and 20% said no. So like honestly, it comes down to a cost, because I think so many people are used to spending like $300 to $500 on a printer that they don't realize that doing this right does take a lot of money, and it does mean the end machine is quite expensive, right?
Like the cheapest I think I could get our machine changed out over for, just to put closed loop, would be like 150 to 200 minimum at factory price, because you have to have extra compute of the motors. You can't just plug them directly into the motherboard. You need to have a daughter board to do the compute directly for that motor, because there's just so much going on then. And then that is the main cost. And then you have to buy the motor on top.
And wiring as well.
Oh god, and wiring.
Not
yes.
a big cost, but you got to think about the wiring.
It's the most annoying part. The bit that's the most annoying about building every machine is always the cheapest bit, the bloody wires.
Yeah, the bit that you forget about until
the wires
you have to
in
put them
crimps.
somewhere.
Honestly, I've wasted so many days looking at crimps, being like, what's the most optimal way to build it? It's this crimp. What doesn't take 4 minutes per crimp to assemble? This crimp. It is such a pain. It's like even some of them, like, so for the relays, we use ring crimps. So when you put them on, you bolt through and there's no way for it to come off. Just doing that as a decision adds 4 minutes to building the printer, because now I have to back out a stupidly long over tight bolt just to put it back in. Whereas if you're using a fork crimp, you just undo it a little bit, push it in and close it again. But safety. You don't want that crimp coming off.
Mahendra's got a question here saying, is it hard to implement closed loop on a built-in board?
On a built-in board?
I'm assuming if it's like a duet and it supports it, then no, it's not difficult. But if it's not a board that directly supports it, then yes, it's pretty much impossible. Right?
Yeah, it has to be a Duet 3 board, so the Duet 3 6HC, 6XD, or 3 Mini. Because it's part of like that CAN expansion board ecosystem.
Yeah.
You can
because I'm right in thinking you need to have a 1HCl plugged directly into it.
At the moment, yeah. I'm hoping that well, it would be ideal for us if we had like a 2-motor board. I think there's
isn't there a 2HCl?
Not at the moment.
Was.
But it would be good for us if there was.
Yes, that would be very
like
nice.
The Duet 3 Mini 2 Plus, where the 2 Plus was 2 closed loops, would also be
that would actually be quite
ideal.
Nice.
Yes.
Because then you could do like, well, that would be great for loads of printers. Because it would be one control board. This doesn't exist, by the way. This is just my wish list for
no, it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. Hint, Tony, please make this board.
Yeah, I'm like, where's Tony? Why is Duet not in the chat right now?
Yeah.
Even like a cut down 1HCl that doesn't have any of the other features, it's just the stepper driver, the motor, and a closed loop would be great on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they listen to our pleas.
Do it, Tony. We know you can do it. John Stern says, sorry, Graham, but I didn't like the poll because you didn't explain what the benefit was. We shouldn't buy tech for tech's sake. We should buy what delivers better prints or a better user experience. And I do fundamentally agree. I am limited in my abilities to, describe things in a poll. But I agree, right? Like, Bamboo says, oh, we've got servos, right? But why? Why does it matter? They're using it as a selling feature, and I feel like if consumers knew about it, maybe they would care. But the H2D to me is one of those machines that is so fundamentally expensive. It doesn't reach the I just want a cheap 3D printer crowd. It reaches the engineering class crowd, where explaining why the servo is there and what the point is actually matters. But to be clear, there is this weird line between explaining it and giving people way too much information, right? So for the generative machine, the new one that you guys are working on, is the plan to have something along the lines of a full explanation as to why it's all there and things like that, so people can understand the value behind it?
I think the consumer in me would like that, but I'm also not a marketing specialist, so maybe that would be a really bad mistake marketing wise.
I'm not a marketing specialist either. So.
I'm not a marketing specialist, but I've known enough of them to know that because you're the person building it and you know more about it, you are the best person to do the marketing for. Because if you can't explain it to someone, a marketing team will definitely not explain it to someone. They will just skip over it.
Yeah, because I'd like every product that launched to have like a good amount of detail for the why, not just like snake oil. This is that we have closed loop. Yay!
Why? Why is it there? What's its point?
Like but basically, that kind of no one seems to advertise that way.
No, because
no, they don't.
Consumers don't care if it's snake oil. They care if it looks flashy enough. This is the problem.
There's a whole argument where you could say a lot of modern marketing is just to convince somebody just enough to buy the product, never say enough to be something that needs to be proven.
The more you say, the more chances that you say something that gets misconstrued or
that can open you up for litigation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like a lot of the times when people go like down a website, say like they've chosen your machine, if they've not already decided they're buying it in the first page of visibility and they have to scroll down, all that bit below that page is just to convince them that little bit more that, oh, they're making a smart decision. It doesn't have to say anything of meaning. It's one of the things that I absolutely hate is
the landing page of a website,
how
above the fold,
boring everything needs to be.
Yep. Because ultimately, turbo geeks aren't specifically the target audience for a lot of companies. And like, so if you want to see what good marketing looks like, love them or hate them, Bamboo. Bamboo has some of the best marketing in this industry, period. I have not seen any other 3D printing company market as effectively per dollar in my looking at it than Bamboo. Their website,
I mean, there was quite a lot of dollars involved in the per dollar though.
Sure. They've spent a lot of money, but I believe the value that they've gotten out of it is way more than anybody else has ever gotten out of marketing at a percentage level, right? I believe that they have figured out what their target, like they've well defined their target audience and they understand what they're looking for. And because of that, their marketing can be hyper focused, right? But they've also looked outside of the 3D printing industry, where like a lot of companies stick inside of the industry and say, oh, we only want to, advertise inside of the industry. I'm working with a local creator who is a car guy. He does car content, okay? And Bamboo sponsored some videos with him, right? He's got like 1.6 million subscribers. Bamboo sponsored a video with him. He's never used a 3D printer before, but they sponsored it because there's a lot of people that work on cars that also have 3D printers or want 3D printers, and seeing that from one of their favorite creators is often what they need a lot. So anyways, love them or hate them, they actually know what they're doing for marketing. So Beer printer with $5.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mahendra, Dungal, I think I might get that last name wrong. I know the first name Mahendra is correct. Said a video on closed loop systems would be amazing. Adding me for this. There is nothing on YouTube taking a deep dive. I will tell you, Mahendra, I am the wrong person to do that. The Andy and Rick are the right people to do that. We could
More
do
Andy.
it. All Andy, okay. All Andy.
Not more so Andy. Yeah, he's the expert.
We could
Really.
we could certainly look at doing some pieces together, but I would first have to learn about it. I am happy to take the pure engineering
Make a
speed.
closed loop trident.
No.
Yeah.
Closed loop trident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whip out that crappy motherboard. Put a duet in it. Do it.
It's the best way to see what
I
it
have
does.
to rip out the
and
motherboard
see that.
currently. I haven't put the new one in it, the one that I didn't
See?
kill.
There you go. It's no extra work.
No extra work.
That's not how this works. That's not how this works. It is a lot of extra work. And that means I'd have to redo the belt pathing.
Why?
Why would it?
Because I gotta change out the motors. And the wires.
But the belt path
It
would
will
be
add-
Yeah,
Right,
It
but
will add
when you
10
drop the
minutes.
motors out, the belt path goes away. Because the
It'll
add-
motors are a
problem.
pulley
on top.
in the system.
They'll stay in the same position. It goes on top the encoder.
Actually, yeah,
I
you
think
can leave
it
the
will
motor in
add-
place.
It'll add 5 mil
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah, leave
if
the
you
motor
turn
in
the
place.
machine upside down or the right way up, whichever way gives you access to the bottom of the motor, you could just glue the magnets on in place. That's what I did.
No, but we said we don't want to do the glued magnets. We want to use the quadrature system.
No, I said if
but
you want
nah.
to use the glued magnets. Glued magnets are
You don't want to do production with glued magnets because you don't want to sit there being like, ooh,
Yeah.
every time. You just want to slap a motor in and move on.
I feel like you're giving me a challenge here without understanding how unqualified I am for this challenge.
Okay, let me tell you how
you
easy
glue
it
your motor shut.
You get a jig that is
Dude,
printed already. You
I
slide it
cut my
over,
head
put your
open
magnet
building
in,
the
you're
machine.
done.
Okay, I cut my head open building the machine when a part of the frame came loose and whacked me in the head.
That's right. Magnets around.
Not always. We don't even know how magnets work.
Come on, Grant. You know you want to do it.
What?
Closed loop, duet powered, rep wrap, trident.
Magnets.
Okay, if we're going to do this, I want to do it on a brand new machine. I want to do like a from scratch built machine.
You could build one of our 5-axis ones. The FDM. If you have a 300 mil build volume,
Oh, I have plenty of those.
you could just print one of our frames. Do a from scratch 5-axis print, but a builder print.
Andy,
on.
Andy and Rick, are you all volunteering to help me on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you certain? You gotta be really sure you want to do this before agreeing to this.
We could wait till we've got the assembly guide written internally and then give it to you to see how badly we've written.
Oh yeah, I'm actually
Yeah.
really good with that stuff because I'll look at it and say, what the hell? So like the Voron assembly guide, I have so many bad things to say about it because it makes a lot of assumptions. It makes a lot of assumptions that you fundamentally know what you're doing. I don't. And unless you read the manual ahead of time, which, by the way, it's like 90 plus pages at A4 size, right? It's deep, okay? You're going to have a hard time. There is nothing in the build guide that says to read the entire manual before even starting to print parts. Nobody told me that making a Voron with 5 colors was a bad idea until after I had decided that I wanted a Voron with 5 colors. And when I decided that I want a Voron with 5 colors, I'm doing a Voron with 5 colors regardless of the amount of effort that it takes.
You should have done 5 of the multicolor filaments, so it's 10 colors.
Look, My printer has now gotten to a point where it is just, how can I offend the most people possible? Like, we had people that really wanted me to peel the paper mask off, and then there were others that said they didn't. And I said, okay, whichever side donates more wins. They donated the exact same amount. So I peeled and tore it a bunch, and so there's some of it that's peeled and some of it that isn't. Just to upset people.
I think you could
If
make it more
you,
offensive.
If you wanted
Putting
to
a ramp
really
sport in
go
it does
hard,
make it more offensive, to be clear. That just offends everybody. But yeah, documentation is a big deal. It's why I like Prusa kits. If you build your documentation and your assembly manual to the same standard at which Prusa does, I don't think you're going to have issues. Because, like, they tell you when to take breaks and how many gummy bears to eat. And, like, I appreciate that. It warms my cold
we'll
dead
just
heart.
take those and put our pictures in, leave the context.
Well,
so
yeah,
exactly the same.
I see no way this could go
Chat
wrong.
GPT to
Yeah.
transfer over the manual.
Actually, to be fair.
Okay,
so,
now I'm kind of curious to see how good it would be if you did that.
Translators
It would be the
actually
same.
hate the fact ChatGPT is great at doing language-to-language translation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, wait a
It
minute,
has
wait a minute.
honestly demolished their entire
What
industry.
Yeah,
What
I
if-
use
what
it
if-
in,
Into
coding.
Python.
What if you
For
uploaded
translation
the
language.
entirety of a Prusa assembly manual, uploaded your assembly manual, and said, how can we make our assembly manual mimic the quality, experience, and everything that is of this? How useful? That seems like something that could actually be pretty useful.
I have no doubt it would work. It would make our lives so easy as
Yeah,
well.
And Rick, to go down this path
we don't want to
further
do that.
of when I hit my head, someone said I needed to wear a hard hat, and so I went and grabbed a hard hat because I have multiple hard hats. And so anytime I'm on my standing set in my garage and I'm working on a machine, I wear a hard hat. It's part of the deal, is that I'm always wearing a hard hat. And hilariously, it's actually helped me a couple of times when I hit my head on, like, the corner of the aluminum extrusions or aluminium extrusions, and it's, like, really sharp. I hit the hard hat. It's no big deal. It's fine. But
Wow, imagine having PPE and it does its job. Ooh.
yeah, it's also just very hot. And my garage is probably in the mid 40s right now, if not low 50s. At 80+% ambient humidity, I would assume. The sensor in there, dead. Don't know why it died. I'm sure it was humidity. The sensor in there no longer functions. And,
So what I'm hearing is you're gonna build a 5-axis then. We've got you converted.
I would totally be down to do it for, like, I'm not certain how much value it would bring to me as a business, because I'm not certain that I understand how I could properly use it. And I think by building it, that helps me better understand how I could properly use it. But certainly going to shows when we do, like, tables at events and things, bringing a friggin' 5-axis, I could leave everything else at home. It could just be a tiny little 1-meter table with a couple of 3D prints and a 5-axis machine moving, and nothing else matters. That's the coolest thing people are going to see. And that's why it was the coolest thing I saw at Rocky Mountain. And I didn't see a lot of things at Rocky Mountain Rep. And I'm like, this is the coolest. It's the coolest. It's a 5-axis 3D printer, and it's made out of metal. Mine will be made out of plastic, but this one's made out of metal.
No. You can do it with metal effect plastic.
No. So I can totally instead work with Hendrik and electroplate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And make it offensive.
Wait,
It
no,
gives you
no.
the stiffness too. Yeah.
If you did that, because electroplating does make it stiffer, do the entire model only in gyroid infill.
Yeah.
Oh, no
Like a
walls,
TPMS.
pure gyroid.
Just pure gyroid, the entire thing, and then when you electroplate it, you get your stiffness back.
I'm not certain that's how you
I
can
think
do
the support
that.
material might be a bit of an issue. For
Yeah, support material's gonna suck.
support material moved from gyroid infill.
There should be laughter after pain, not during.
Maybe turn bottom layers on. if that even
Yeah,
works.
maybe just bottom layers.
Matt's
Have
Makerspace
you heard
says
of,
you could swap the Haribo for Twiglets and send Twiglets with the machine.
Yes.
And a jar of Marmite.
Yes.
So bad. So bad. It's the worst taste. It's like on a scale of like 1 to 10. So I'm going to put like, Prusa being a 1 and like the D-bot that I built back in 2012 being a 10 because that had very little documentation. And was very difficult to assemble, was complicated and all that. Where do you think this assembly is going to be? Is it going to be somewhere on the upper end of that, or is it going to be on the lower end?
I think
No.
0.5.
Yeah,
About a 5?
6.
5, 6?
No, 0.5.
Oh, not point.
Because we've consolidated all of the parts into one, basically, for each axis. You just put things in where they go, and that's...
Yeah,
that's
you're pretty much bolting rails onto the frame and then things onto the rail carriages. There isn't a whole lot of assembly for it because the generative frame takes so many parts into one.
Right.
Yeah. And
so,
you
as
maintain
far
alignment.
as assembly goes, it's actually not bad at all, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty good.
It's one of the reasons for the generative design. Obviously, part
I
cost
legitimately
is
think
higher,
it'll
but
be
assembly
easier to
time
make
is
this
slower.
than mine.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
Yeah.
I will send you guys my engineering bible so you can see how we've laid out the build step by step.
Yeah.
Yours will be much thinner because yours isn't thousands of parts being added together.
Yeah,
I
ours is
legitimately think
basically-
yours is going to be stupid simple.
Yeah.
Ours is 4 parts when you think about it. It's just consolidated down into each axis.
But don't be like years ago a buddy bought one of those like DIY gazebos and the instructions were unpack, put bolts through holes, gazebo. It was like 3 or 4 total steps and I'm like, "Where's the rest of it?" And they're like, "No, this is the instructions." I'm like, "No. These are not the instructions. We're missing a lot of fundamental, like what goes where. Oh, well, follow the picture. The picture's not descriptive enough, man." Like, I am happy to review that build guide and see if it's something that I want to take on. But I think I might want to do 2. One that is FDM, and then do one that is metal, but do like crazy metal. Like really, really like top end, right? Reach out to like, a friend that has access to like niobium and Inconel and get it made out of one of those, right? Just have like the world's most ridiculous 3D printer and then gold plate it because we can. Wait, I could gold plate it. Oh shit, I could gold plate it.
I've been thinking about getting one engraved. Like you get in certain items that way the handle is engraved by hand.
Yeah.
Really nice pattern.
Yeah.
And having the whole thing like engraved all the way around, that'd be incredible.
I'm from the
That
South
would
in
look so
the
sick.
States, so like the first thing that comes to mind is like a really nicely engraved firearm.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, like a nice slide. Oh, that'd be so dope. But that might be complicated because of the granularity of the metal. Might be difficult
it might
to
be.
engrave. What you could do, fiber laser.
We've got diode lasers around.
Fiber laser. The diode probably won't ablate the
Wait.
metal like you want.
No, you need to.
It could
you need to
it could
kind of paint
scorch
it
if you
black.
gave it a coating.
Yeah, you got to coat it first, and then probably hit it with the laser after.
Yeah, but that's
think.
just
We'd have to
surface
try it.
coating. I'm looking at like deep engraving, and a fiber can do deep engraving.
I've been following a guide that does engravings to see if we can get one made engraved
Oh, like OG engraving
by
with-
hand. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
but that might be a bit expensive.
Well,
Be
no, then
the
you
bedazzled version with just like little gemstones inlaid like all over
Yeah.
it.
look. If Big Tree Tech can put moissanite on the side of a E3D Revo for their Diamondback edition, you guys can do this. Okay, if Big Tree Tech can do that, you can do this. Because they have a special edition that has a diamond. It's moissanite, but moissanite tests as diamond with a diamond tester.
Yeah, it's so
On the
funny
side of
seeing
it.
that at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, because, you know, why the hell not? Like, what's one extra step of stupidity if you're gonna do something stupid? Like, go further. And it's stupid for the right reasons, right? It's not stupid to be stupid. It's stupid because it's hilarious.
Yeah, clad in diamonds. That'd be quite fun.
So we've worked with one of the big places in the States to do, you know, the watches covered in diamonds and stuff. I think it's gaudy as hell. It is not the kind of stuff that I prefer. But we've worked with them, so I know it's possible. And technically, you just need to get the settings right. If you get the settings right and then you print it out of metal, then you can set all the stones. And small diamonds are cheap. They're not expensive whatsoever. This is not too far from legitimately possible. Just saying. Could be done.
No, make it out of a block of wood. Just like
Yeah.
CNC it multiple times over.
No, because now we've strayed too far
Hand
away.
chisel.
Now we're going back in history, back when we used to make 3D printers out of wood, where literally the first parts for your 3D printer were made of wood, and the first thing you did was 3D print the plastic parts to replace the wood parts. Like, no, that's we've come too full circle.
We need to go full circle. No, we need to go full circle.
No.
Most
slightly
over-engineered,
curious to see what-
generatively machined wood machine.
Was it MakerBot that sold wood?
Yes, but those were laser cut.
They were laser cut.
This
Yeah,
is
you're talking
before MakerBot. Okay.
hand whittled.
Yes, literally hand whittled.
Like the one.
Okay, to make the pieces so that you could build a 3D printer, and the first thing you did was replace the wood parts with plastic. Look, this was back when you hit a millimeter of tolerance on like a home built machine, you were God. You were second to God himself for hitting a millimeter of tolerance with a 3D printer that you whittled out of wood. I never got there. Not even close.
Sorry,
you
your
could print MDF filament.
filament will work fine.
Man, this is back when like we were wrapping nichrome wire around sharpened bolts that we counter drilled holes into to make a nozzle and a hot end. Like, it was sketchy as hell back in the day. Now it's like, oh, a printer shipped with a mild fire safety. I was putting what is likely carcinogenic, fiberglass reinforced, fire retardant, God knows what, all over these hot ends like it was no big deal, slapping it on like I'm a Kardashian doing makeup. Like, it was just, it's ridiculous. The amount of stupidity that we did back in the day, I refuse to go back to it. It's not happening.
I think we might go back to wrapping nichrome around the nozzle though. Maybe it's an idea.
I have a new nozzle that has that.
Jean-Francois.
Say which one, but there is a new nozzle.
Is it one of the VZ hot one?
Oh
The
yeah,
Goliath.
the Goliath has one as well like that.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty cool.
Jean-Francois, he was the guy with the crazy
yes.
oven printer at Rocky Mountain. He has a post heater. It's a little copper block, and it's a post heater at the tip of the nozzle to ultra heat the material, because he does a concentric hot end that takes one material and puts it around the other material to, like, literally, like, I'm trying to think of something that the Brits would know, because, like, I can't say, well, maybe I can. Like a Hot Pocket, a filament, right? It's got a filling on the inside. I don't know if Hot Pockets are a thing, but you were able to concentrically align filament. Then you could heat the piss out of it right before it came out of the nozzle to fuse them together permanently. So imagine like a Tullimer from the company name completely escapes me. Imagine Tullimer with a TPU core. So you get crazy, crazy high-end quality with layer adhesion that is second to none. It's super cool. It's a super cool process. And I don't mind that, but nichrome is not the right way to do it. There are better ways to do it. Those flat ceramic heaters are so much better nowadays. You can get small ones and put them toward the tip,
handling
can't
nichrome
you?
wire is a faff.
It's like
Oh.
making
Very
a
That is
cool.
coil.
really true.
He was screwing
Yeah.
with me. Okay. I didn't realize that. Sorry.
No, what, me?
Yeah.
No,
with
it
the
wasn't.
nichrome wire.
No, it's I'm trying to make a really, really, really thin nozzle, really
Oh.
fine point nozzle to get into tight spaces. Easiest way to do it is to go back to the early kind of rep wrap type nozzles with a nichrome. At least to try. I don't think it'll ever be anything that goes into production.
You know the easiest way to get cheap nichrome wire, right?
Yeah, the vaping industry.
Vaping.
Because you used to always make your own coils if you were
Yeah.
a vapor, that kind of stuff.
So way back in the day, before vaping was big, you'd go to the thrift stores and get toasters, pull them out of toasters.
Yeah.
I
Cut
didn't
'em
think
right
that
out
was
of toaster.
nichrome wire. I thought that was tungsten wire.
It's nichrome.
Huh.
In my experience, they're nichrome. If it was tungsten, it still worked great. But yes, the cheap way now is to get vape coil, to get raw vape coil material. That is the best way to do it because it's also brand new and hasn't been, covered in someone's bagel dust for 6 years before they got rid of it.
Yeah, and they make some flat ones too that are
Mhm.
really thin.
Yep.
I
Those flat
am
ones are
down
really
to
nice.
look at stuff like that, but at the same time, induction, Bondtech
the-
Index.
Yeah, there are good solutions out there, for sure.
It's worth it. We've seen it in person. It's super cool and it's worth it.
It is super cool.
Yeah. Micro passive solar, TrueTech says. No, stop it. Print using a magnifying glass configuration. Why is that?
Well,
I mean,
I'm sure
that could
someone
work.
has. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that someone's researching at CERN or something. But
Yeah,
well,
just have like a
less
super
laser,
matte
just-
black nozzle and then use an infrared 50-watt laser source just to heat up the object.
Yeah, that does sound like something that people are doing.
wait. Hold on real quick. Cornish pasty. That's a thing?
Pasty.
Pasty.
Cornish pasties.
Cornish
Yeah.
pasty is.
You know what a pasty is in the United States, right? It's a covering
No?
for nipples for strip clubs. It's called a pasty.
really?
Totally. Yeah. And Chagall says in the US, a pasty is a different thing, and you don't want to eat it unless you want the taste of cocoa butter.
How has Cornish pasty come up? That's something in the comment.
Chagall put it in there, probably about like what would be in an English toaster, if you will.
Oh,
No.
yeah. No Pop Tarts.
No. Yeah, no Pop-Tarts. Definitely not. We have better
Yeah.
tasting things.
Just toast.
Like
I think.
actual breads.
Scones. If I.
Oh, yeah.
maybe
Oh,
not.
you're a scone person. Mm.
Our bread is
Scone.
considered cake in your country, America. No, I
But
like.
a pizza's a pie in America, isn't it?
I mean, it's called a pizza pie for a reason.
Pizza
okay.
pie. That's interesting. You tend to not have
Well, then
pie.
you've got the thin crust versus the deep dish versus the
Thin crust superior. I die on that hill.
a deep dish is nothing but a what's the pie the pie in the UK that Amber really liked that I said is just a deep dish pizza without the top on it.
Quiche.
No.
You're
I
not
forget
talking about
what
one
it's-
you got from a chip shop, right?
Maybe. I forget. Oh, my
God, what
memory is
was
so
it?
bad.
Pucker pies. Is it a
No.
pucker pie?
No, someone will put it in the damn chat, and I'll feel like an idiot.
Now, you know what does go good in a toaster? Crumpets.
Shepherd's pie.
We have English muffins. Does that count?
No. No, they don't. They're sad.
Putting a
Dare
knife
put the
in a
word
toaster.
English on that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, do that.
A what?
I used to
Knife.
in university halls as a joke because it would trip the whole I guess the electricity for the whole block of flats. So you just put a knife wrapped around and you
I just
cut the power out. for
realized that wouldn't work in America because they don't have the same safety standards we do. You just end up killing yourself.
obviously
Lip lap
wrapped
toaster
in a,
bath. Come on, man.
To be wrapped
Because
in
they don't
a
have
towel.
fuses in any of their appliances.
No.
They just have straight into the wall, and their wall isn't
Yeah.
even on a nice breaker circuit. It's just on the power is there.
No, we
That's
have
not
breakers.
that's not good advice then.
Yeah, no, don't do no. And it gets even crazier with ground fault current interrupters and stuff like that. How you can somehow daisy chain them, but you're not supposed to, but it totally happens. And sometimes then they don't work, or they can just trip constantly. Look, the 110-volt standard is stupid. It's just stupid. 240 volt
There's a lot
superiority.
stupid about your standards.
It gets even worse because we get 240 into the houses, but it's split phase because it's center tapped. So it's positive 120, 0, negative 120 because it's cheaper. And it's upsetting. And that means I can't get 3-phase in my house. And I'm upset at
Crumpets. That's what's important. Just get yourself a crumpet. It'll feel better.
that. I want to put a big Bridgeport because Bridgeports don't snitch. I want a big Bridgeport. Damn it. And they're almost always 3-phase. And I don't want a stupid phase converter. Anyways. Not that they run on regular voltage ranges anyways. So what direction do you guys really see this generative design going for these machines? Do you think that you've kind of nailed that happy medium between it works great and it is absolutely beautiful, or are you always trying to push that line further?
Oh, we're going for precision. We're trying to get the machine to a point where we know that it prints what we want it to print, and precisely. I think that's our focus at the moment. Quality, making sure the quality is really good.
And as you're coming out with the next machine, as you've hinted, is that like the way you're going? Is make it bigger, make it slightly bigger, make it slightly better, and like iterate through that, or is there like an end vision that you have in a couple of years? Let's say 2 years down the line. Where do you see yourself?
I think the idea of being able to print onto things with high accuracy, if we can do that, I think that's a good start. And it's making sure it's less of a printer, it's more of a platform that's multi-axis.
We have to be careful because like idiot influencers could be like, oh, could I put a print on my arm? You know, like was it Emily the engineer that did the tattoo 3D printer? They're gonna be the
Well,
one.
you've got this filament for a 3D printed pen, but they're designed for children, so it melts at like 60 degrees.
Oh, Palm.
So you could probably
or
you
PCL.
probably use
Excuse
that.
me, PCL.
Yeah.
PCL. I have a bunch somewhere. I've got a bunch of PCL. It's fun. I bought it to try to make
So
filament
there you
with
go.
it. It sucks.
Scan your arm and print onto it. Approve.
No,
not
print
approved.
right on. Yeah, scan it, print right onto it.
Clamp it into the machine.
Wait a minute, does
So-
that
Yeah.
mean I could finally fulfill my dream of the spray-on shoes from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? Oh, that'd be so.
That's an idea.
That was a great movie too. Phenomenal movie.
Yeah, just like print a base in advance, put your foot in the base, and then it prints over your foot.
We couldn't film that. You don't get feet for free. That's not how this works. It's the internet.
To make more money than printers, selling printers.
Selling scans of feet. Well,
So, yeah.
there's a market for everything. But, you know, there would be... I'm over here thinking like, okay, it's like I've got a bad back. If I was able to scan the bed of my foot under pressure and under no pressure, and then cut a shoe apart so I could scan the I don't know, the last inside of the shoe.
The sole.
Inside of the shoe. And then 3D print something that is perfect for my... Oh, that would be so cool. I've done 3D printed insoles before, but never to that extent.
I think that is the way that industry's kind of going. Companies like Zellerfeld, they're partnering with Nike, and I think they're releasing a whole 3D printed shoe, the Air Max 1000.
Oh,
it's all printed.
You say Nike?
Yeah, Nike.
Okay, I don't know that was like a UK thing. I'm like, Nike. I think he means Nike.
Yeah,
Nike's quite common. Nike and Nike are interchangeable.
Yeah, I think they're going into production with it, with the Air Max 1000 as a whole printed shoe onto the commercial lines. Well, I don't know if it's actually going ahead, but they've hinted that it's going
We've
ahead
seen the Adidas
soon.
4D, right, with the 3D printed midsole that's done on carbon 3D printers. Carbon, the company, not carbon fiber. I think they're cool, but I'm told they're very heavy. I don't own a pair. I was supposed to buy them, and I forgot. And by the time I remembered to buy them, it was too late.
Yeah, I'm
Nonetheless,
currently in the market looking for some shoes, and I really want them to be 3D printed.
the Adidas 4D
Yeah.
is probably the best out there right now. Big Tree Tech or BQ, somebody reached out to us for 3D printed slides, and I'm like, oh. I live in Florida. That gets muddy out here. That, you know, you could see all like it was resin printed, so you had all this like interior geometry stuff. I'm like, no, the first time you step in mud, you're never able to clean that. It's dirty forever. It's dirty forever. But yeah, the Adidas 4D, if you want something printed, seems to be very popular in the industry.
Yeah, they're doing more kind of like FDM stuff. The process is basically FDM. What companies like Sellafield.
Yes, from my understanding, that's what
I
they're
just
doing.
don't know. Yeah, I just don't know how good the durability is, how long they'll last, and that kind of stuff.
Well, they are made of like TPU, and TPU is like a really durable material naturally.
Yeah, but then you want your shoe to last maybe 2 years or a year or something.
Yeah, like at
not a
those
month.
prices, you want them to last ages. Like I have my, oh, actually, do I have my shoes here? Oh, I don't. So I have some. Oh God, do you remember what they are, Grant? Because you're the one that knows the brand. I don't. You're the one that told me about it.
Oh, Brooks?
No, that it started with an A. It was like Idis or whatever.
Adidas?
No, it's not. It's not.
Asics?
A6. That's it.
Okay.
So I had some A6 trainers, and they were really good because you could get them in non-uniform sizing. So I got a 10.5 for my left and an 11 for my right. Brilliant. I love that I could get them in alternative sizes. And they've lasted me a good 6-7 years. Like I had them before I went to university, and that was almost a decade ago now. And they've lasted that entire time.
Yeah.
No, I wore them every day. They were my go-to shoe because thankfully, I'm now in the position where if anybody complains about the shoes that I'm wearing, I'm not talking to them, and I can do that now. But it gives me opportunities. So I wore them every day. They were literally my go-to because they're comfy. If I'm at a trade show, I'm not going to wear leather shoes to look like a salesman. I'm going to wear comfy shoes because my time is more important than you thinking I look better. So I wore comfy shoes. So I wore them every day for like 8 years. They are now finally end of life. And not because the bottom of the shoe is failing. It's because the mesh on the top is like ripping itself to shreds as it's just been used so much.
That'll happen.
So I do want them to last a long time because they cost like 130 quid for both, which is quite a lot for me. I'm normally like go to Shoe Zone and buy the £20 shoes that last me 5 months.
At the end of the first
So if I'm buying
convention that you
expensive,
go
I want
to-
them to last forever.
Yeah, it's like the first convention you go to, you realize the value of a good shoe. And I would love to see more 3D printing in the footwear side of things. People don't realize how much your entire body health is connected to your feet. Diabetes, back injuries, knee injuries. Like, it's so connected through to your feet that... And 3D printing sits in an opportunity to do stuff like that. And if we had a big enough 5-axis printer that could print in...
How hard would it be to take your print files and just scale them up a bit?
Not hard. It just gets to a point where the motors don't have enough torque for the.
We can get bigger motors. That's easy.
No, look, if we double the size of the frame, just buy double the
No,
size of the motor.
Yeah, just get bigger motors. It's true.
Yeah, go up
I
to
was
like
just reading that.
NEMA 34.
No. I'd rather not a printer be able to break all my bones in my body.
You just do NEMA
That'd
17s
be a
with a
pancake
gear
one.
reduction. Just do that too. Then you
NEMA
get
23 is the nice happy middle ground.
with gear reductions, you get extra torque.
No breaking bones on printers, please.
What's the fun if the printer can't hurt you?
Every
got
printer can
closed
hurt
loop.
you emotionally. That
Which
is true.
detected.
What'd you say, Andy?
Emotional damage.
It's got closed loop. It'll detect it before it hurts you.
It'll detect it.
No, a good printer with closed loop will detect you and raise the power to move you out of the way faster.
Yeah. No, this is set to move to safe positions.
Do you guys see a
it detects the
future
stream.
with the closed loop and adding in like a vision system, camera system, or something like that into the closed loop, or not immediately right now?
Into the closed loop. What do you mean by?
So a vision system to help modify the file as it's moving, and then closed loop to make sure that it's always in the right position.
Yeah. I don't know if there's much value in correcting the position with the camera, but in terms of print quality, there are advantages you could get for that. Like things like tuning your extrusion parameters. Doing that visually is definitely a valid way of doing that. Just because it's really hard to sense what's coming out of the nozzle, because like with oozing, there's very few ways to sense that other than visually.
Okay.
So yeah, cameras could help with that side of improving print quality for sure.
I mean, the other thing you can maybe do is do the object scanning in the machine instead of externally.
This is where nozzle cameras would be a good thing, Jacob.
No, nozzle cameras don't suck.
That's kind of what we're doing with it.
Okay.
But in the machine, it's all in the machine.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's really cool.
I
I'm
was
thinking of
gonna
just like
say-
using something like a brutalized Connect sensor and put it there,
No,
or
it's just
actually make your own version.
16 megapixel camera, USB, plugs into the Pi, and we can get enough kind of image qualities for photogrammetry. It's not the
Hey, 16 megapixels is great. What is that, like 5K? 5.5K?
Well, we just need 4K, really. I think that's more than enough. And we're just running USB cameras. But yes, I was going to say that Hugo Boss just started selling a shoe where you scan your foot and they print it. It was
with
in
like
the
an
news.
iPhone or something like that.
I'm not sure how they're doing the scanning. Might even be in store. But it was released last week.
Oh.
A shoe
I've
that you
not heard
scan
about
your
this.
foot and then they print the custom loafer for you. I'm surprised it's Hugo Boss. You'd think it was a sportswear company that goes for it first.
Mm. I mean, at the moment, literally every single one of my shoes has a printed insole just to like properly form to the bottom of my foot. So having a printed shoe is something that I'm really interested in getting. Also, I just like the fact that if I'm out and about, I've always got something 3D printed on my body that I can go like, heh, printed.
How do you do
have
the
it like as a
insole?
watermark.
Do you design that?
50-50. So I started initially, so I went to a podiatrist. They gave me a orthopedic insole, which are, frankly, crap. They are useless. The problem is they give you this full insole. It's hard plastic.
Yes.
It's just rigid plastic.
Yes.
So that you put it in your shoe and then you have to walk and your foot is supposed to bend. It don't bend. So you walk like a duck with your feet being completely flat.
And that's why you have to scan your feet both in the air when there's no pressure on them, and then normally you just do an impression into floral foam, and then you scan the floral foam with
Yeah, I
how
didn't bother
you're
with that.
weighted. And that's the way that you do it right. So you can look at how your foot naturally sits, and then the way when it's weighted, how it sits.
Nah, I didn't do that. So what I did was I did the photogrammetry route on the insole. So the hard, rigid orthopedic insole, I put masking tape over it, so it was a nice matte material. Got 3 different Sharpie colors, so it was red, green, and black. I drew a load of zigzags over the surface, so I had really nice tracking sharp edges. And then I just photogrammetried the entire part, took it into Blender, smoothed it out a bit, cut it down so it was only a half insole, because I only really needed a half. Printed a 2-part mold. Well, actually, no. First, I printed it out of the Color Fab VarioSure, so it was a nice, soft, medical grade foam. But I'm paranoid when it comes to like a little bit of like self-made medicine-esque health. So I didn't want to just put plastic on my feet. So instead I made a 2-part mold and I cast a medical grade platinum silicon, because the platinum silicon's self-cleaning. Because I just didn't know like what bacteria like
it's
foam
easier
can
to
pick up
clean.
over time.
Says the
Yeah, I
guy that
never
says he
cleaned
wants
them.
more macroplastics.
I
in his
never
body.
once cleaned them. They're platinum grade silicon. They're yellow. But I have them in all of my shoes now, and that was the best decision I ever made. Where I could walk for 10 miles and my feet would never get like that weird middle hurt pain where you get flat foot. Never got that with them, and I'm never going away from it because it is so nice to have a nice soft insole molded just to you.
This is where 5-axis to me, because you guys can do the curvature on the surface. You can do the non-planar 3D printing, and get that curvature for like. As dumb as it is, the business model for me is like it's custom insoles. It's anytime I can do non-planar 3D printing, it's custom insoles, it's custom like cane handles. It's all about accessibility and how I see it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, especially for like cane handles. Though I actually have a real world use case that blew somebody's mind. So before I started the company, I did a process called the Prince's Trust. In the UK, that is it's almost like an incubator for young adults. I was only like 16 at the time, and it was when I really wanted to start the company. No, I was a bit old. No, yeah, I was 16. It was when I wanted to start my own company, and they kind of like teach you about tax and they teach you about business practices and all of that jazz. And at the end of it, they give you either a grant, a loan, or some money. None of them were good because unlike most of the people there, I actually knew how to read bank statements. And if you took the loan, it's an 85% like rebate on the back of that specific loan. It's like, yeah, I'm not taking that loan. So I got like a little bit of money out of it. But what it came from, the person who was heading it up, their entire business was these soft grip covers for medical grade canes. Because obviously the ones you get at the moment, they're like that weird hard-ish grey plastic. Their entire multi-million-pound business was just soft, like neoprene style grips. And I literally just turned around to her going like, you could print that. You don't have to buy injection molds anymore. And it literally blew her mind. But now that if you could print directly on the handle, that would make it so much better, because the only issue she had was they'd spin in place. They weren't a strong enough grip to keep them soft as well as being formed for the handle. Well, that would be a great little solution.
It would depend on the material. You can print it quite well and get good adhesion if it's material to material, same material. If you're looking at different materials, then it's harder to bond directly. But you could use like an industrial glue to then just really make sure it's bonded
We all
on.
love our industrial glues.
Just don't get too close.
Use the gloop. Use the gloop. Methylene chloride.
If it doesn't give you cancer, it's not strong enough.
Oh, it's a chemical weld, man. It'll be good. Promise. Every part. And that's that would be interesting too, to see if we coated plastic parts in like methylene chloride to turn them reasonably homogeneous. Cause like, I definitely don't have a paint thing full of methylene chloride here. That's not what this is. No, I wouldn't have that handy. It could be done. I wonder if that would make it stronger. These are all things I need. I need to build that testing rig so we can abuse materials and see.
No, you need to build a 5-axis printer to then do the testing on.
To destroy. But that's part of the fun. We do it all the time.
If it's printed parts, like who cares? It's not that big of a deal.
You know, you want a grant. You
So
can
is
do
it
it.
is it 300 by 300 by 300 or just 300 XY?
That will do it. 300 Z, 300, 300.
Okay. Dang.
That's enough.
So I was thinking of like, oh, I have the Cheaty +4, but that one's really
250
only good.
would be okay.
Okay, it's good to 265 on the Z. It says it can do 280, but
Oh.
above 265, it blocks the chamber heater, and the printer will go into thermal runaway. For reasons. But yeah, it's a fully chamber heated 3D printer. 305 by 265 effective. So could do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. Hell, I would have had stuff ready and printed. I think it's cool looking. I think the fact that it can even make stuff is better. It just looks cool. That's
You
what I've
just
always
think
loved about
it's
it.
neat.
I do think it's neat, and I think that most people, when they see it, it is this melding of art, science, technology. It is STEAM as a whole object. It is STEAM as an object, but it doesn't run on Steam yet. It could be done. We could build a Steam generator, so it's a Steam generator with a Steam printer. Anyways, I think it's cool. It's a great way, especially when we look at like getting young kids involved in the industry. That's the kind of thing that flips their mind just enough that they leave with more intrigue than when they started. And especially for the young gamers out there, that kind of thing is so important, is to keep them interested, because they'll fall out of this stuff pretty quickly, I think, otherwise.
Yeah, and they're the kind of skills that you need going forwards. Robotics, for multi-axis printing. It's kind of a gateway into those bigger applications, like large format robotics. And then generative design too. If you're an engineer, you kind of need to learn about these methods, topology optimization, designing structures, those kind of things. So I agree. I do
especially as it
a
gets
good
more
tool.
popular as time goes on. Like the computer's only getting better, and more
Yeah.
of manufacturing is going computer heavy.
Yeah, I got into printing, 3D printing. It was really because of the RepRap project. So what I think ultimately would be cool is to do something like that, but with multi-axis, 5-axis printing.
That would be cool. Just maybe not out of wood.
Unless you
No
wanted
promise.
to make it out of wood.
But
MDF filament.
But let's not.
Yeah.
We could use wood fill filament. I'm fine with that. As a joke, totally fine with it. But let's not do wood.
To make an effigy of the printer.
Well, you're talking
Sacrifice
about
to the
accuracy, and you
god.
want to use something that expands and contracts so much with changes in moisture.
Oh yeah, I was going to go back to the. Was the question from someone in the chat about the heating and machining?
Oh,
Wait,
I don't remember. That was
few
like
hours
3
ago.
hours ago, man.
Or was that you?
It might have
yeah,
been
just-
me.
It might have been Grant. It might have been somebody from the chat, but somebody did ask about the machining with.
Yeah, with heat. I
Yeah.
was wondering if that was because of.
I asked
it
about like thermal
deflecting or
expansion and how that impacts.
Oh,
the-
okay, right. Yeah.
Because
I've just been thinking about it.
you guys are using the minimum amount of parts possible. So
Yeah.
instead
It
of
needs to be accurate.
like a piece of 2020 extrusion expanding and getting longer, your part's going to grow in a bunch of different ways because of the way that the forces are applied. It's not a lot, but it's also not zero.
No, you've got to really account for it in the supports. I'm sure you know. Make sure that it doesn't warp that much when you're printing. They have the process dialed down, the manufacturers we work with, to make sure that there's not the warping. But then the machining, we take off like 0.3 of a mil each time. So it's not
Okay.
getting that heat to really warp the part.
No, that's not bad at all.
it's
You're and with enough coolant, it won't be an issue. That's super cool.
Yeah, and when you print yours, you could do yours out of like a glass fiber. So
Yeah,
it's
glass.
like nice and structurally rigid.
Oh, I will. Well,
Can you print up glass?
pure glass?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
I think
a
I saw it.
company-
Maple leaf makers, I believe, are the
Yeah,
ones that
that's
do
it.
it up in Canada.
Yeah.
But you're not going to
That'd
get
be
that type
rigid.
of detail because.
Ah,
No, they're using like 5 muscles or something.
But instead, what I can do instead, okay, I've got a local glass blowing shop that we've wanted to somehow collaborate with in some meaningful way, and if you could design us something.
Have you seen? It's like they take a log, like a nice looking bit of wood, and then they like blow glass around the wood. So it's just a cosmetic table
Oh,
piece.
burns
sort of
the
thing.
piss out of the wood.
But no, so it's like a bubble of glass with a like nice looking log embedded in it.
Huh.
But
I
you
don't
could
think I
do.
Sounds cool.
It's just an arty thing that you sometimes see in pretentious people's houses. But
But like, how cool would it be to have a 5-axis glass? machine, huh?
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
I could probably hit you up with the glass blowers and Malta. They've got I know they've got the skill to make this happen.
I'm not certain if there's the skill set to make it happen, but there is the desire to do dumb crap on camera because it's Florida. So that they've already said, like, what we wanted to do was see if, like, the video idea was going to be, can you make a benchy out of glass faster than we can 3D print it? We were going to bring, like, a dumb fast 3D printer and see if they could make a benchy in, like, sub 15 minutes out of glass. It wouldn't be blown, it would be formed. But this would be cool to do, like, a glass 5-axis printer. How trick would that be?
That would be pretty cool.
And they have, I don't know if we could use it, but they still have a small stash of real dated uranium glass. So it'd be fluorescent too.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it is very, very spicy. But yeah, when we went there, we did a class. It was a lot of fun. Our hour-long class was almost 4. And just learned so much, and they were very open to, like, letting us film. I'm like, can I film for YouTube? Like, you have a YouTube channel? And it goes from there. They're like, if you ever want to do anything with us, you know, we'll provide everything. You just have to provide the time. I'm like, okay. I feel like this has got to have some fun involved in it somehow. So a glass generative design printer.
It would be an ornament of some sort.
Well, it's borosilicate. It's much stronger than you think. It could work.
I'm gonna do a dumb. Give me a second. Image.
What are you doing? That's the
change
H2D.
Yeah, give me a second. I can't preload these. There we go.
Oh, that's what it looks like. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what Adam was talking about.
I'm not certain I've ever seen
I've got one of those.
but that
So I was thinking, like, you could have the generative frame and then, like, a glass vase blown so it, like, is absorbing the printer.
oh, that would be so cool.
That would.
Yeah.
That would actually be
Oh.
quite cool.
Oh, that'd
I've
be
always
so
wanted to
cool.
make lamps.
It has to be done now.
Yeah.
Now it has to be done.
My man. My man.
I'm upset
That-
with you now. This is good though. Oh, what if you turn
Yeah,
it
it
into,
looked
like, a way to
great.
store parts? Like, instead of it, like, storing sand and, you know, air plants, it could actually store, like,
That would
nozzles
just
and
look-
stuff.
So good.
But imagine a generative, like, you'd probably have to go with steel because it would have to be annealed with the glass on it. So it would have to be strong enough to survive the annealing ovens. I guess aluminum might work, but I know steel would work fine. Oh, that'd be
If
so
it was
cool.
if it was a pellet printer, it could store the pellets.
Yeah.
A reserve of pellets with a hose going in on the side.
It'd be the world's
So it's
smallest
a
pellet
functional.
hopper, but it'd be so cute. I'd be down
Yeah,
for it. Look, give me a reason to do something stupid on camera, and I'm pretty much down to do it. You know, especially if it turns out to be something
Oh.
fun.
No, you know what? Glass, because it's exceedingly uniform. You could probably do a generative design on it. And it's very close to the final thing.
Mhm.
Give it some nice glass blowers, and they would be able to pull everything to look like the final thing. Get really close. Not even generative machined at that part. It's just some guy is looking at our crappy photos of what we want it to look at. It's like, are you sure you want it to look like this? As
Yes.
they slowly pull the glass out. It's like, do it.
Do you
I
think
think
if you
there'd be a
gave
lot
a
of
glass
cursing.
blower a CAD file, they'd actually know what it was? I feel
Yeah,
like
there'd be
there's
Almost definitely not.
No. We
It-
would
a lot of
bring them the
cursing.
3D printed part and say, copy this. Like, that's, I mean,
And if there's
Yeah.
any rails or anything that needs to go in, you just make like the world's smallest little jig. Like maybe it's just like an I-beam
well,
backing
it's,
jig.
again, it's
All
bored.
that holds it in place. So they put the glass directly onto
Yes.
the parts. So the parts
That's
are
a good
already
idea.
square.
And because it's
Yeah, that would
borosilicate,
work.
it's stable for temperature. You can drill it if you're careful. You can laser it if you're careful. There's a lot of things you can do with borosilicate that you can't do with regular glass, and borosilicate is the only glass they use for glass blowing. Shout out Zen Glass Studio down in St. Pete, Florida. Y'all are terrible influences on my professional career.
Oh, I
for all the
really
right
want this to
reasons.
happen now.
It's sounding like we're gonna have a printer made out of glass.
Well,
I
certainly
know
one with
way
that's
too
got-
many glass blowers.
Certainly
that
one that's
is-
glass filled, right? So like the orifices, if you will, are
Yeah,
filled with glass. That'd be so cool.
it'd be quite a showpiece, that's for sure.
We can
Oh,
make
it
this
would
happen.
look great under light. It would glisten beautifully.
Especially if we dye it or you add the right colorant to it. We find one that's like specifically fluorescent. It will be very expensive to make it out of uranium glass. Probably won't do that, but you can find stuff that is fluorescent. So you can have, say, very small UV LED shining on it. So it's just fluorescent at a show. Oh, that'd be so dope. So dope. We gotta talk more about this off stream so we can like actually get somewhat potentially solid potential plans for this.
I know at least 3 Korea glass blowing facilities that do some of the best glass blowing on the planet, and I can get us in contact with them.
I just have people that are dumb enough to say yes to this. But they're dumb enough for the right reasons again. And they're
It
local
depends
to me,
really how
Jacob. It doesn't
much-
require me flying to another country to film it.
Yeah,
Holiday.
it also depends on the price. I'm definitely not looking to spend 10 grand on a glass blown.
Don't worry, I'll throw my
Great.
mum on it, and she will make something happen.
I'm not worried about the price.
It helps when
because-
they speak the same language as well.
Well, at a certain point, it's joint marketing. So in general, glass itself is not all that expensive. You'll spend more often in the propane oxygen mixtures to do it.
Nah,
think
you'd
it would
spend
be the
more on the
skill.
artist. It's the
Yeah.
skill. It's the,
The
artist
artists
doing it.
the artists donating their time for this. I could have a line of them because they would say, "This is so stupid. I'm in." Right? Like, because if someone came to me and I had a skill set like that, and they said, "You want to do this?" I'm like, "This is ridiculous. I'm in."
As long as they have time, I think if they're good, they will not have the time to
Yeah.
do stupid stuff. But
I've got a guy in Prague that I know would be so down for it. Michael, so down for it. But I'm not certain he has easy access to glass stuff. I think he outsources some of that. I don't know. I've only been to Michael's studio. I haven't spent enough time to watch him do his work. But Smurf26 Doug says, ooh, that could be fun. We could plan stuff. We'll talk more off stream. Gents, is there anything that you want to leave the folks at home with regarding Generative Machine, the future machines, what you guys are currently doing, ways for people to check you out, that kind of stuff?
I would just say, yeah, we're getting ready to putting it all together to launch soon. So we'll try and keep people updated, share some images of our progress from time to time. We're on LinkedIn. That's usually where we share stuff, sadly. But that is where you can find things, and that's more or less it from me.
Yeah, Jacob just shared our website in the chat.
Jacob, share
Yeah.
the LinkedIn too if you can.
Any good web
Yes,
designers?
I'm looking
please
for the
get in
links in
touch.
now.
Yeah, any web designers that want to help out?
There could be paid opportunities.
It is not going to be paid in a glass 3D printer. Sorry.
Paid in sand.
Paid in sand. It's a DIY glass 3D printer. It's just like it comes like a 3 kilo bag of sand DIY glass 3D printer. My gosh, that is hilarious and terrible at the same time.
Let's
Well-
put it in the T's and C's.
Well, look, you guys are good to go. We're going to give away some filament here in a little bit. If you want to hang out for that, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I know it is quite late. But if you all are still enjoying it and watching the show, please make sure to leave a like and get subscribed. If you haven't entered to win some awesome printed solid filament, please do. If you do want to support the channel, you can do that as well. A couple of bucks goes a long way to helping keep these videos completely ad-free for you all. That is all we have for you all today. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome. Have a good one. Okay, so that ends the recording. So we did not explain.
This is now like the after dark bit where YouTube will not pick up on this.
No, YouTube
but
picks
the
up
people
on this.
who are
Our
still-
recording doesn't.
Oh, I thought YouTube doesn't pick up on this, but it's when you end live, it deletes everything after this. So like obviously
No.
the viewers are still here, they're listening.
Oh, what?
We're
It's still
being
live.
chill.
Yes, we are
Yeah, it's
still
still
live.
Oh, okay.
It's like after dark.
Yeah, however, we are no longer recording, so
I didn't know it did that.
we
That's
got
pretty
enough complaints from people that they didn't want the filament giveaway to be in the audio only show as well, because it's very distracting and makes them want to go to the next one, that we just end the recording, and that previous bit is what goes out to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, that kind of stuff next week.
So this is the nice chill hangout. We can talk about whatever now, as
Well,
long as
and Grant's
you're
gonna
still
give away
aware that
filament.
people are still here.
Grant's gonna give away filament in the process. So, let's see.
So yeah, so how was it? Your
responses.
first time on a podcast? Not too nerve-wracking, hopefully.
No. No, once you get into it, I think it's good. What do you think?
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah,
It's pretty chill.
The weird bit is always just like getting started.
It's
you know.
always the self-pressure before you go live, I find is the worst bit. Because you're like, what's it like? What do I say? What's this? And the moment it starts, it's like, oh, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's,
But then I find that weird in itself.
why?
Because I think, well, are we supposed to be talking about printers?
It doesn't matter now.
Well, that
You can talk about
no, it
whatever you
doesn't
want.
matter now.
Technically, it's your
It's
show.
the
You can talk about
ADHD
whatever the hell
stream.
you want. I don't care. We're just here to facilitate the conversation, realistically.
No, it's good. It's good fun. Enjoyed it.
Guys, let us know in the chat how many spools should we give away. Nomad's Galaxy with the $2 says I'm happy to consult on web design. I will say he is actually quite good at that. He designed the entire merch website that we have, shop.3dmusketeers.com, and kind of handles a lot of that back end BS for us and is making life quite nice and easy. Soundspark says apparently YouTube injects ads before live playback. Huh. Weird. I am not giving away 42 spools. It's not happening. Oh, you know what? I think Doug might have it. Might have to give away 5, one for each axis.
I like that.
Yeah, I think we might have to give away 5.
I do like
Yeah,
that.
that's good. That's good.
Yeah. But yes, we do highly recommend Nomad's Galaxy. Can get you guys in touch with each other after the show if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
He does good work. Like
Sounds
I can speak that from personal experience with him, that his work is quite good.
Yeah, and then there's finding people that do things like ad campaigns. But Facebook or
Those
Meta.
are the hardest ones.
Yeah.
So honestly, it might be easier for you to spend half a day watching YouTube at 2 times speed to see what it's like. Because from my experience, ad campaigns don't massively work in this industry. Because you need to have like a financial border of anything below that number. It's not going to work even if you get good results. And everything above, you've got saturation where you start overcoming that barrier and you start actually getting return on investment. It's quite aggressive, and even I haven't figured it out fully. So I've done YouTube ads, I've done Google ads, I've done shop ads, which is the Google shopping page. I've done Meta ads, which is Facebook and Instagram, and I've done Twitter ads. None of them were very good. And I think I spent about £1,600 in ad campaign. That was obviously not the value to start seeing return on investment. And I think it's just because for ads, you kind of need to see them multiple times to then really get a conversion. And seeing it once, them joining the website, it's enough to like bring them in and be interested. But you need to have that kind of tick over to really sell it to someone.
Yeah.
And this industry is kind of small.
Yeah, for things
It's
like
a niche of a niche.
Yeah, that it is. For things like crowdfunding, I've heard people putting £200,000-300,000 into their ad campaigns. It's crazy kind of money.
I know how much Bamboo Lab put in their ad campaign versus how much they got back.
I imagine millions.
The ROI is
Tens
not
of millions.
Yeah,
The ROI was like 25 cents per dollar that they put in. but they
Wow.
also they got their ROI because they put in over 10 million.
I'd love to see what Wi-Fi make. Is it Wi-Fi? I'm not sure
Yuffie.
how to say it. Yuffie.
Yuffie, yeah.
How their ad campaign worked, because they've done like 43 million or 46 million on Kickstarter, which is huge
Well,
for
it's
Mm.
Anchor. They don't need it. They don't need the money. So they've used Kickstarter as a marketing system, right?
Yeah.
That's what they've done with it. And it can be good, it can be bad. It very much depends on it. But when you're
For
using
Kickstarter, I find
Kickstarter,
it's better to use YouTubers and the local contacts that
yes,
you know of, because that's the type of people that are more likely to be able to spread the word. Like, get a couple of like 3D publications, like just send them, like, even if you pre-write the write-up for something like All 3DP, like get in contact with them just so they can do a press release. That's how you'd get yourself successful and still have the right market. Because otherwise you can do regular ads, and the problem is they go to everyone. And that isn't what you
Yeah.
want with an advert. You want to target only the people who will be converted, and you have to work backwards from there. It's all about demographics. So our demographic is turbo nerds and people who are in the industry and that sort of stuff. So you have to work back from there as which methodology is going to get it to them, because they're the one that will buy it. Sending it out to the rest might capture some that don't know they want it, but in reality, they're just not going to buy it. They're going to see the ad, they're going to go, "Oh, that's cool," and that's it. It's going to end. And you've
Yep.
spent your money showing it to them and not getting a conversion.
Have you gone down the crowdfunding route before?
Yes. So
With
Console
stuff?
3D was actually started with
Oh,
Kickstarter. It wasn't great, and I say that annoyingly. So we were funded within 24 hours. We only put a goal of like 35,000 for what we did. And that's just because we needed like a mandatory amount to buy stock in. Once stock was in, it can rot on a shelf. It's not losing value. So we put that value in, and we made it within 24 hours. We did a collaboration with Joel Telling. So we did 5 sponsored videos and obviously 2 of our own with his channel. And that was really good. The actual content was evergreen. It was fantastic. However, every video we've sponsored since hasn't had any return on investment. On top of that, for Kickstarter, we launched at the worst time. So we wanted our easy search terms to be the bamboo 3D printer. Nobody else has done a wooden 3D printer. Now, with hindsight, you can probably see what happened to our search terms.
yeah,
3 days
yeah, I can
difference.
see. That's
So
really,
we were
really
like,
unlucky.
bollocks. It was awful.
That's almost unbelievable. The level of like a irony in it.
Yep.
yeah, because
Wow.
any other system is just depressing. You know, if it's if it's anything other than, you know, oh, the timing, it's just pure depression.
Yep. It only destroyed us a little bit, as we literally saw the income from Kickstarter cease the moment Bamboo Lab announced, because their marketing was fantastic and their name was ours, which is a lovely kick in the teeth. But what was interesting from all of that, ignoring the unlucky timing, is social media is this weird middle ground where we didn't see return on investment in terms of sales. We have seen it in terms of brand recognition. And now that brand recognition is starting to drive sales, though it is 3 years later. So it's this kind of weird chasing game of, you could go for the long run, build the brand of Generative Machine, show people via the content that comes out about it, about your ethos, what you stand for, really the pillars of what make you unique. And then whenever anybody thinks of that machine, they come to you. Or you go down the, I want to sell the machine now, and you really push that machine, but you're going to cost a lot more in mass marketing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to know what to do. We've
Well,
got
it is
ideas.
a hard one.
We know what we're doing, but it's
the
always
key
as
thing
if the
is,
best route.
in any business, in marketing for any business, you need to fundamentally understand your target audience. If you do
Yeah.
not know exactly who they are, then don't spend a dime on marketing. Because if you're throwing your marketing at even a slightly wrong target audience, it's a waste of time, right? You know, I can't say that us being a part of it will help or hurt. I know statistically eyes will come upon the project, but does that translate into sales? There's no guarantee. And that's the problem with marketing in general, is there isn't a guarantee. And it's like, as 3D Musketeers, outside of the YouTube channel, where I've put over $100,000 into getting this channel to where it is in people, not including my own time. It has helped our business, but nowhere near the amount of money that we've put into it. What it does for us, though, is it gives us that immediate social validation that we know what the hell we're doing. Nobody questions anymore of, well, how do I know you guys know what you're doing? Go look at our YouTube channel. There's over 2,000 videos. You're welcome to click basically any one of them, and it will tell you what you need to know. Simple as that.
Yep.
And
we use
that
our
works.
YouTube videos from everybody as a proof that we are who we say we are. So they might not see the videos and go, I want to buy a machine, but I can now show somebody who's interested in buying a machine, hey, you want to see what an actual expert in this industry that isn't a sales rep saying? Here is one of the highest, like, most important people in this sector saying, I like this company. And that, in my eyes, is more valuable than the actual sale of the machine. Though sale of the machine is the goal, because it's always the goal. That's what brings money on the table and lets you eat.
Yeah, enough to keep going, really.
And I get it.
That's the point we're trying to get to.
Some people look down on business and say, oh, it's just capitalism, and capitalism is evil. No, a lot of us are trying to push our own wagons, right? And not hitch to somebody else's, where we are making a vast majority less of what they're making, right? You know, the boss makes $1, I make a dime kind of thing. I'd rather be my own boss. Jacob would rather be, you guys would rather be as well, because then the only person or people that directly control whether or not you succeed or fail is yourself. You can't say, oh, I had a crappy boss. No, you are the boss. And if you're bad at your job, then hire people to help you. It is a tough part of business, and one that I'm sure we'll be diving into much deeper as we get further into the shows, because it's a thing that not a lot of people think about when they think of like building a brand and building a business, is that getting people to even know who the hell you are is the
biggest challenge.
It's the most challenging thing. Like I say, Generative Machine. Hell, for years, Making Awesome Podcast. Do you know how bad of a name that is for a podcast? Do you know how bad of an entire branding solution Making Awesome Podcast is? It's terrible. Because when you search Making Awesome Podcast, you get results on how to make an awesome podcast, not the Making Awesome Podcast.
And whatever you do not abbreviate the name. That is not a thing you want to do.
I had that recently.
Map?
I was looking into trademarking.
Do you not know what map
machine.
means?
It's a thing that nobody uses anymore to find directions on things.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Okay.
This is... So, map is a more modern term that means minor attracted person.
Oh! Okay. Well, yeah,
there
don't...
What?
No. We got ways of dealing with that down here in the South, and it's not calling the police.
That is literally the more modern abbreviation of it, because apparently the internet has to constantly... Well, I think people just didn't like calling themselves nonces, so they're like, oh, I'm a map. I'm like, oh, no, that doesn't make it any better. You've just given yourself a new name.
I'm quite confused as to how this even came up. Is it in the chat or something?
No. The show's abbreviations are MAP, Making Awesome Podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I'm
that's
so
fine.
lost as to where this whole thing had come from.
So like the
It's
reason
okay.
it has,
We're not Minecraft YouTubers. It's fine.
the reason it has the name is because we always say keep making awesome, and awesome is defined by each person. We are not here to define what awesome is. You define what awesome is for yourself, no matter what that awesome is. If that awesome is getting through another week without hitting your coworker with the keyboard that they desperately deserve to be hit with, then that's awesome. I'm happy for you. That's great. So that's why we've always said keep making awesome. It's now it's done well after all these years and hundreds of episodes. It does very well in search results now, but prior to that, it was impossible to find us. It wasn't until we started doing much better on getting more people live in the show and things like that, that's when things finally started to do better on Google search results. But
Yeah.
part of the deal. Part of the deal with a business. Sometimes you make mistakes, and sometimes you decide not to fix the mistake and say it will be fine in the long run. We did the channel more for us, for ourselves. It wasn't originally planned as a pure business, but it is absolutely pushing more into the financial side of running a YouTube channel, of trying to make this thing profitable. It's why we are pushing for sponsors. It's why we always tell people to like and subscribe. The ones that are still here, if you haven't liked the video, friggin' do that, because the metrics are what companies look at. It's why we're hiring dedicated editors just for the podcast, and the podcast will have its own YouTube channel. The live stream will still be here on 3D Musketeers, but it's going to have its own dedicated YouTube channel where edited down versions of the show go, smaller clips of the show go. So if we were still recording, this would be a great little clip that we would cut down and put as a dedicated video on the second channel. That's what this would be for. But
like from a manufacturing point of view, it's similar to like the decisions of do you want to earn money now consistently, or do you want to maybe take a step back, not be profitable for the possibility of earning a lot more money later. It's decisions like that you will have to come to terms with. So I can tell you now, my company was originally designed not to earn a profit for 10 years. That is really common.
Time.
That's apparently the common time for British manufacturing is if you are making physical products, 10 years is your profitability marker. Somehow we've done it in 2.
In the States,
I think
we
we'll
say
be
5.
at war in 10 years.
So in the States, we say if you are unable to survive on your current money in your bank for 5 years without any extra cash flow injection, you are not ready to start a business that's bootstrapped. You could certainly do a business that isn't bootstrapped, one that has outside funding, but as soon as you accept outside funding, you can often lose a lot of that control of your business that you have as a business owner.
Outside funding allows you to take that 10-year profitability margin and shrink it.
To like
the downside
6
is
months.
there's a cost. You lose control. Sometimes you lose what makes you unique, which could be the effort you put into certain areas. So like if it was console 3D, it would be the testing. We would have to speed up testing, meaning we do less, we skip it. So it would go from 100% quality control, 100% part quality control, 100% safety testing on everything, and every product gets safety tested every step, would just be the standard CE mark, UKCA, done, ship it. And that is something I didn't want to do, which is why we didn't go with venture or angel investment. We kept it all internal. Thankfully, it's paid off. Like taking that step back, we're going to be a slow burn, has meant we're profitable in 2 years, not 10. But if I'm still not taking a wage. So if I really wanted to take a wage today, I could take venture capital, start funding myself, start paying money for advertisements, because that's really the only thing holding the company back is people don't know we exist. The downside, however, with every venture capital investment is there is now a timer. It is the timer which you have to pay them back. Any loan is the same. You have to start paying them back, and that is where you end up in this vicious cycle of innovate, build new products, get more money, get more funding, pay them back, do the same. And it's this loop which every other business does run on. It's not a bad loop, it's just the loop. You
And
can
at
be
some
out of
point,
the loop,
you wanna
which
exit,
is different.
right? The goal is to exit.
Yeah.
If you're taking VC or outside investment, generally speaking, your goal is to exit. You want to sell the IP in that to somebody else, exit completely, and take money from it, because that's the only way you'll ever get money out of the company otherwise, unless you're at a point where you could viably earn a salary. It
Also, I should say exit doesn't mean go completely. It could also mean you leave and just become an employee.
Yep.
It just means you aren't the business anymore.
Correct.
You are just another person.
You're selling the IP to somebody, something else, right?
Yeah.
And that's
you lose about 20% per round of your
minimum.
business.
Yeah.
From
Minimum.
what I've heard,
Minimum.
each funding round 20%.
Each
then
funding round's also very different depending on which style you go with. I've had one that wanted 80. I've had one that wanted 5. The values vary everywhere in between. Like, for some reason, our company has been valued at over multiple millions. I'm still not taking a wage, though. Do I trust that valuation? Maybe, maybe not. And the thing is, a venture capitalist will turn around going, this is a £15 million a year business. And then the next one will go, this is a £100 million a year business. Those are both sentences I have been told. They are mad,
yeah,
but they're also not wrong.
That's what they want to do.
Look,
They aim
to
for
turn
those
it into
£100
that.
million valuations.
If
'cause
someone wanted to give
they're
you
based
$15
on the
million,
Powers rule.
if someone wanted to give you $15 million today for Construct 3D, would you do it? If the answer is not yes, you're an idiot. If the answer is not yes,
I'm in
you're
a
an
weird
idiot.
position because
the answer is yes.
I'm kind of making it already successful, but there is a price tag.
And Brie
There is a
Pettis,
price tag.
Brie Pettis is the most famous price tag in our industry, right?
Yeah,
when
that
MakerBot
looks
gave
really
the middle
crazy.
finger to every one of their customers by saying we're selling out to Stratasys for $620 million. For $620 million, you can afford to visit every one of your customers on a first-class flight, personally flip them the bird, and walk away with money in your pocket still. That is over
Also,
$500 million.
I should also say, just for anyone watching, the reason I didn't say yes or no is because in case you are a venture capitalist watching, I'm not giving you any tools against me.
15 million today, July 6th, 2025. Take it. Take the 15 million in my post-tax, by the way, not pre-tax, post-tax.
Oh yeah, no.
15
Tax
million
destroy
in
us.
my bank. You can have everything. I don't care. I don't want it. 15 million?
I could
I'm
very
done.
easily live
I'll be
happy on
35
that.
and retired. $15 million, I can retire. I'm done. I can do YouTube because I'll enjoy it on a completely different channel because
I can finally buy that camera I really want for YouTube. I've been sending Grant messages every other day about how nice this camera is.
Which camera is it?
Oh no.
Lumix S1 II and the Lumix
Panasonic.
S1 2R. Yeah, they are really nice.
That's a good price. That's a fairly good price too.
Yeah, for what they are, they're also Netflix certified because of the
because we're filming
encoding
Netflix
quality.
videos, aren't we, Jacob?
Look, I can enjoy it. So I've got a S5 at the moment. It's actually here. There we go. So I've got my S5.
That's what I use. It's the S5.
I adore this S5. It is one of the best cameras in its price ranges. The only downside it has is the autofocus is kind of crummy. And the S1 II, in theory, even the S5 II, fixes the autofocus because they went from contrast detection to phase detection. So it's just laser accurate now. So I kind of want a better camera because of the autofocus. And it just so happens the S1R2 and the S1 II have every cinema feature you can want without it being a cinema grade camera with a cinema grade price.
We have a Sony A6500 as our main shooter. Okay, it's like 3 years, 4 years old at this point. It's 3 generations old from Sony. I bought it because it's in very bad cosmetic condition, but you put a cage on it, you can't see half the crap anyways. 16mm prime lens for the main shooter. Like, this is what we use when we go out filming. The camera that I use is an RX100 Gen 3. So, You know, it's
I should say he's are you a 1/4 inch on that, or is it it's an
This?
APS-C sensor? Yeah, no, your main shooter.
oh APS-C. It's APS-C.
APS-C. Full frame.
I've got an
Yeah.
A7 too, but it
Fine.
doesn't film in 4K. It only goes 1080p. So APS-C.
Full frame.
I'm still running the stock lens though. I haven't
Honestly,
invested in any lenses.
is that the 2060? Or is
It'll
that
be
the Nifty
yeah,
50?
yeah, the one that comes with it. No, the other one, 2060.
That honestly, it's good glass. It's
It
really
is,
good
it's
glass.
really good. But then if you want to get really close up shots of stuff, it's not as good.
So
Or if you
I've
want to
actually found
spooky
my
a lot.
recommendation for that. So there's a manual focusing Lauer lens. It's a 2x super macro 90mm, and it does stupidly good macro shots. And because it's a 90mm, it's actually really good for product photography. Because
How much is it? So,
I think it's like 400, 450.
Is that
I'll
the
get
one
you a
that we
link.
used to film the RA shot? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made a tiny
Yeah.
little nozzle like this big on the frame. It was insane. No,
yeah,
like,
my lens budget is not that big.
I believe audio is more important. So like we use a Deity V3 for our on-camera mic. We use Comica lav mics, which are just clones of Rode. You know, I even carry like Zoom H1Ns and H4s on me. So we have, let's say I'm pumping in the lav mic. Great. This can record directly to this, and I'm great. Now I have a secondary audio source, and you know that kind of stuff matters to us as content creators a lot more. But
There you go. I put in chat. It is 560 quid. It's a bit expensive. However, it's nice because it's a super macro. Whatever you're taking a shot of, it doubles the size of it on the sensor. So you can really get down to the tip of a nozzle if you really wanted to, or as far away as you can imagine. It's really nice for that.
yeah, like
Use it for my product photo shots now.
like John Stern says, with a face like mine, audio is more important. I've recently come upon the whole side of Instagram that uses the old B4 mount Fujinon lenses, old cinema TV camera lenses.
Oh,
That
it's
you can-
really old.
Yes.
Is it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and they're normally servo driven, so they have full autofocus and ridiculous zoom built into the lens, and you can adapt them to anything. So I am currently trying to find some at a decent price so that we can use one, because there are definitely some shots where that kind of angle or that kind of shot would make a lot of sense, and they often have a very, very, very tight autofocus. You can get real close to them, and they're traditionally like f1.4 to f2 across the entire zoom range. Like it is a flat f-stop throughout the entire zoom range, and like, oh my god, super cool. Very expensive right now because apparently I'm not the only one that has seen those videos. Like the one that I want is about $500 right now, but I'm playing the game of eBay sniping and lowballing people. See if I win.
Against all the bots that are doing the same.
Don't know, don't care.
That's how
You
I got my
sometimes
graphics
win.
card. I underballed scalpers by like 600 quid, and one of them eventually said yes when they realized they can't sell their graphics cards.
I'm happy to be the guy that
It
keeps
worked. I got a mint condition in box reference card of an Nvidia 3090 for like 650 quid, brand new in that
That's quite good.
generation, because they were petrified they weren't being able to shift it as the 40 series was just about to release. It was the best thing I ever did.
Someone on eBay returned a frame to me earlier this week, or last week, that had snapped. It was for a 3D Systems cube. Just the internal frame, the metal parts.
Huh?
Apparently the frame had snapped in half. And I've now got a snapped printer frame.
Did you ship it and it broke in shipping?
Yeah, padded and
Oh.
everything. But the frame
Claiming
snapped.
insurance on that?
It was cheap. I was selling it cheap.
Let's say it's not
because
normally
It was
worth
only
it.
like 50 quid.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
Why do you
They're
still
co-
have 3D Systems cube machines? Ugh.
Underneath all of the plastic, there's actually good parts. They've got rails, quite good linear rails and gates, belts,
I
stuff
think
like that.
that's fair.
And they're quite cool for small builds, mini builds. I thought it'd be
fair.
quite cool to upgrade the old cube printer, but I
So
bought
you
2 of
really
them.
do like a
and
terrible challenge. Okay, this is all starting to make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah,
y'all
this
are-
is why you decide to be a masochist and do everything the hard way.
but for the right
Maybe
reasons.
I don't know why. But yeah, it snapped in the post. Apparently,
Jeez.
your metal frame will snap in the post.
Hey, look, I've had forklifts drive into the side of our crates. The amount of horror stories I can come out with from shipping companies is more than I would care to accept. There is a reason we put £20,000 insurance on every parcel now.
Who do you ship with?
So we've actually stopped using most shipping companies. We now go the pallet network, and we put them on a pallet. So you can get what's called a Euro pallet, which are quite small. They're almost like you can get 4 or 5 of them in the size of a regular full pallet. The other one is you can get a half pallet, which is what we use for our regular printers. And the reason being is everybody there is lazy, but also professional. So they will use forklifts for everything. They will not put it on equipment and machinery and conveyors. They will forklift it or trolley it place to place, meaning it is always a person, not a machine, as well as there's no risk of them like dropping it off the side of something, which is what we actually had almost a 50% destruction rate using UPS, which we now nickname Oops for the amount of times that they tell us a machine has been destroyed.
Oops.
That is
FedEx
nuts.
was okay, but here's the other thing about UPS. So our machines are quite big. They're 2-person lift. They only put 1 person in the van, even if you pay for heavy lift. So
Yeah, just
you're
put a
asking
bigger
one
person in the
person to
van.
lift up a 50-kilo box that's bigger than they are. Do you know what they
Yeah.
do every time? They roll it.
Mhm.
They will roll the box.
You've got
So
to
we
turn your
put them on
packaging
pallets.
into a ball.
No,
Yeah.
you put a tip and tell on it, and if they've clearly
Nope, they don't care about that.
oh
They
Ship it in an
apparently
oil
tip
drum.
and tells aren't insurable.
oh they absolutely are in the States. Same with shock watches. I do it all the time. I do it all the time on the really hardcore stuff that we ship. Like when I ship
Yeah.
scanners, they have shock watches on the box, on the scanner, on the case for the scanner. Like they're all over. I spend like $150 on shock watches.
So what we've
alone.
literally been told was like shock watches and stuff, they can't prove it happened in transit. It could have happened after it arrived. Therefore, the insurance doesn't cover them. It's like
covered it every
that's
single
bullshit,
time.
and we
for
all
me.
know it.
Every single
But
time.
no,
I
so
needed
now
it.
we just insure the entire package. We don't need a shock watch at all. That works the same. Preferably get insurance that isn't the shipping company,
Correct.
because they will. It sounds wrong when
Get
you
a
say it
real
out loud,
insurance
but this is what
policy.
happens. If you go to UPS, they will offer UPS insurance. Can you imagine what UPS insurance is going to say when they try to find if UPS is liable for them breaking a box? Of course, it's not us.
And this
It's
is why you use not UPS, but UPS Capital. That's their actual insurance broker side of their business. Well, they will write you a real insurance a real insurance. Like you have a certificate of insurance for it. It's expensive. So like when we ship scanners, $35,000 scanner might be $300 to fully insure it. But it has like all the bells and whistles, like white glove treatment. The boxes have never arrived to people cleaner. It's great. I love every bit about it. It makes it
Oh shit!
absolutely worth it.
Doug's just reminded me he was there when somebody came to collect a machine, and it was just one guy.
Mm,
Just one guy. But no, now we use the pallet network, which is
Pallet's better.
perfect. It is
Yep.
even if it's one guy, they come with a pallet lift and they will lift it into the back of the truck. There's no risk of it getting damaged. It's actually cheaper, in our opinion, for all of Europe and the UK to go on a pallet than it is to use a regular transport company.
It's
When
better.
we go to America, we have to use a transport company like DHL, which is the one that we use at the moment. We've tried TNT. TNT's all right. FedEx is all right in the EU,
Terrible
not
in the
in
US.
America. The moment it goes out of that plane into the US, FedEx just doesn't work. They will destroy anything you give them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we use DHL at the moment, and they're pretty good. They've only had like an 80% success rate, but that is a lot better than the rest of them shipping overseas.
You're
That
doing
seems
one
quite
printer per
low.
pallet.
So what was that?
You're doing one printer per pallet.
One printer per pallet. But our boxes are quite big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, we're not doing shipping containers worth yet. They're going to individuals in different areas, so they all get air freighted, which is fine. Air freight on a pallet is normal, especially if you do a half pallet, which is what we use. It's normal, and it works. It's fairly cheap. Like, to some of the more built-up areas in the US, it's as cheap as like 150 for like a 50-kilo pallet, because most of it's volumetric weight. You can put whatever kilos you want. Like, we could go 250 kilo in the same size, still 150 pounds. Then you get some of the weirder areas, like in the middle of nowhere, and it's like $400 to ship it out. But that's the joy of America. It is huge. And some people live nowhere, literally nowhere. If you're trying to buy a machine and you want cheap shipping, live somewhere with infrastructure. My damn. I am not going to fly you a 50-kilo box that is then going to drive for 8 hours and expect it to be 25 quid delivery. You can piss right off. You chose to live there. You can move.
Hey, not all of us really chose where we live, okay? All right? A lot of it is done because our jobs are close to the area, sir.
Look, if you want to live on the top of a mountain,
Except
you know who
live in
you
the middle
are.
of nowhere in the UK. You're farther
On
from
an
an
island.
airport than I am, and I live out in the country.
I have a train line 10 minutes away with an infrastructure depot right there. I have an Amazon depot 25 minutes away.
I've got an Amazon depot
Big
closer
one.
than that.
All our stuff comes via train because our country has actual trains.
Yeah, when they're not on
Well.
strike.
Yeah, that's true.
So true. I can't even argue that.
Half of them are like never there now. You show up at
I
the station
know.
on time, and it's where's my train?
So is it
Not
better
bad.
or worse? It's still better. No, it's still better. Yeah.
Have you
It's-
looked at
it's still
mushroom
better.
packaging? A company called
I
Mushroom
have.
that
So
does-
I wanted the mycelium style foam packaging. It's
Yeah.
really expensive. It's actually quite
how
hard to
much
get a
is
hold of.
really expensive?
So for our boxes, we were looking at like £400 a box,
Yeah, that's too much.
which is a lot. But our boxes are volumetrically stupid. They are huge. They're like a meter by meter by meter.
They
And we
grow-
needed internal fill as well.
Yeah, they grow each box, don't they, or each packaging?
Yeah. They
Each
grow
really
them
big.
from a brick.
That's so weird. That's
really
so
crazy.
weird.
It's really nice. Like, honestly, I kind of do want to still go with that. I found another that is cheaper. It just doesn't make financial sense when nobody cares. So
Yeah.
eventually I am thinking, this is actually, I'm glad we're not recording this, but this is
It's on
news
YouTube.
to anyone that's watching. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
All 16 people are going to listen
Someone
to
else
this and
could
go,
be
this is
recording.
really cool. So I was legitimately thinking about turning the Construct 1 series printer, because the marketing isn't great, into a designer printer. Instead of a 3D printer, it's a lifestyle choice. It's almost like how Apple, at like the iPhone 6 to iPhone 11 mark, stopped selling a phone, and they started selling, this phone makes your life better.
They started selling
It's less about the
vibes.
hard. Yeah, it's less about the hardware. It's more about, you buy this because you are this person. You buy this because you want this experience. And Construct 1 kind of fits that, especially as Construct 2 is coming out soon, which is industrial, which will be tech spec, because it has to. It's industrial. So I'm thinking about splitting it up. And then going to, you are buying it because of the vibe. Well, part of the vibe is packaging. It's how it's packaged. So having mycelium-based foam is actually quite nice. It does build that sense of, you buy this because it's renewable. You buy it because it's locally sourced. You buy it because the carbon footprint is less than 15 kilos.
For small things, it might make sense. When you're not trying to ship a huge box, it might be a bit more economically viable. Yeah. So you're going to put Gucci on the side of your printers.
God, no.
Like
I'm
that.
actually the type that hates branding. I think minimal branding is like the best thing you can do.
Well,
Because
especially
if you
when you're
think
shipping
about it,
something
like
that's
your designer
$10,000.
cars and everything, yeah, like your designer car does not have marketing material on it. It has one logo in the middle and maybe one on the steering wheel. Everything else is the car. And it's the same with
Yeah.
like expensive shirts. Like I'm wearing a Primark £2 shirt. It has the word Primark in the back. I have, just for one job, I bought a really expensive like silk cotton blend with something else. Cost me £45. Doesn't even have the logo in the back. It is in this tiny little embroidered thing on the inside. It's the only thing to identify it. Because when you get to a certain value, brand isn't important, it's quality. And the lack of branding becomes quality.
Yep.
So I've kind of internalized that. It's why I like to have only one logo on the machine. And that's it.
Yeah, it's about what it does, not about how it looks. But you know, we all
You can
say
argue it
that.
either way, though. Everybody is different. Like, honestly, there's a reason Louis Vuitton and like Prada and all this have over the top marketing because it
And
works. And
To an
Apple. But actually,
extent.
no, Apple's the other. Apple has one logo, which is on the back. That is it. They don't even have the word Apple. They don't have anything else. Apple is actually one of those that have minimalistic
But it's
marketing
prominent.
practices.
It's prominent.
But
Tasteful.
at the time, when they were starting to come out with their first computers, they
Oh,
were
yeah,
really
it was in
pushing
your
the
face.
marketing. Yeah, it was bold. I think I wasn't there to experience it, but
And that's literally where they changed from trying to sell the product to trying to sell the lifestyle. The lifestyle is you don't need to look at the logo. You know you're better than everyone else because you have it. And that's really what they try to sell, which I kind of like. I like that.
it's a bit
subtle
like
marketing.
Ultimaker. Ultimaker are similar.
Yeah.
but they really add on $2,000 for the name Ultimaker.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, you pay for it.
Yeah.
And then
But
New Machine has
universities
less
buy it.
marketing on it.
Well, their
Yeah,
target
their
audience
new-
has
what
always
is it,
been
the S7 is
universities
less?
and hacker spaces
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. Their marketing was never, at least recently, the end consumer. They don't care about the end consumer. That's not where they make their money. They make their money on the 40 printer purchase that the university is going to do, right? And that's better for them than dealing with consumers. But
Mm.
that's a talk
It's
for
such a
another day. That's a
huge-
whole 4-hour talk on its own.
Yeah, right.
It's
It's crazy how universities keep buying Ultimakers.
I know.
the only
And
thing-
they're
it's the
not,
only thing
they
they
don't
do.
have full compliance. And I
Yeah.
yell at them for that. They buy a machine and they're like, oh, it's got compliance. I'm like, brother,
no, it
did you
doesn't.
ask? It doesn't. We had to pay for it. We know it doesn't because when we asked them, does this printer have it? They all said no.
Well, no, I mean,
But
they don't often care. So
No, they don't.
Yeah. I have started seeing some Creality K1s around before I finished at university.
Bamboo as well. Bamboo's
Bamboo's
big in
everywhere.
education.
Yeah.
They're not safe at all. Not in
I've
that
been
regard.
told a few times. I've not verified, but apparently the ETL certificate that Bamboo has is fake. I doubt it because they're such a big company. They could
I
just
don't
do it.
think they could.
But
I don't think they could do it.
I've been told that it's fake.
Yeah, I'm not certain that they could do that, honestly. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you do your own EMC testing or electronics testing?
Yeah, so we've done it all. We didn't do it in-house. Part of the EMC that we went to required third-party validation. So we do an internal process where we do EMI, EMC, and EMF testing at a local place just to gauge will it pass or fail. And then we went to a third-party lab to get the final report. We also did UL testing, which was intense.
And expensive.
Which was really good, but you don't need it unless you're going to sell to America. And the trick is you can do it, but you don't need to finish it. You can get the report, but don't pay for UL itself. So go do it yourself. So like go to somewhere like product approvals, not UL or Eurofins, because Eurofins will be like 15 grand to get the testing done. If you go to product approvals, it will be a lot cheaper because it's pre-compliance testing. But the report they generate is the UL report. It just means you don't have the UL logo. Legally, it's the same thing. So if you sell to America, you can say it was tested to UL standards, it passed UL standards, and therefore it is safe to sell in this market if anything happens, we're legally not responsible because we've done our testing. You did due diligence. But for everything else, C is like the minimum. You can do C, and that's pretty much it. Do you have a screen on your machine?
No. The
Well,
philosophy
so
is that.
That's
Well,
good.
maybe, yeah. At the moment, we don't. The
So
philosophy is
if
really
you
there are enough screens around that you can just
yeah,
use one that's
if you
around.
ship without a screen, it does make it slightly easier because the moment you add a screen, your class is a multimedia device, meaning you have to do red directive, the EMI, EMF, and EMC testing under multimedia, which is red. And red has all the categories inside. I think there's 8, and you'd have to do them. Thankfully, they're all done at the same time. What else was the one that caught me out mostly? Oh, the new UK law. This hasn't been told to anyone, but it's a legal mandate. You have to do general product safety testing for the UK. So any machine that gets sold, any product that gets sold is general product safety tested, which includes ingress protection. They don't care what you get. It could be IPXX, meaning nothing, but you have to at least do the test. And that is the one that they're not really enforcing it, but with my luck, they will enforce it on me. So we did general product safety testing as well.
Yeah, you'll be a case study.
I believe we are actually
on
the
PC.
first 3D printer at all that has an ingress protection rating, as well as all the other general product safety tests.
I would say the business thing here would be, if you don't have the money to be the person that sets the standard, don't. Follow what everybody else does.
Oh, and Chris Catlett said in the chat, does this count for kits? Yes. This is a myth that has gone around the entire industry.
Kits.
And I'm going to dispel this now. All of the compliance, CE mark, UKCA, UL, machine directive, that's another one you will have to do is the machine directive. So keep a note on that. Product safety testing, EMI, EMF, they are also for kits. You cannot sell a kit and go, it is not a testable thing because they could assemble it different. It's based on what the final assembly is, even as a kit. So if Prusa sold a Mark III as bits or a Mark IV as bits, still needs all the testing because the goal of that kit is to build the final thing. So it does count. You still need that.
Safety's a fun one and something that a lot of companies don't really take into account. We should do a whole episode dedicated to.
Oh, we could easily do a full episode.
Deep on the safety side.
And the worst bit is you can get away with not doing it half the time because unless somebody dies, they won't check.
Right, yeah.
If they die, they will check, and then immediately you're bankrupt and you've got criminal charges against you, as long as you can prove that it wasn't malicious non-compliance. So if you can just prove that nobody told you and you were told it was fine, then you can get away with it with a slap on the wrist and a massive fine of multiple £100,000, which will probably turn the business insolvent at that point. But you're not got criminal charges against your name, and you personally didn't go bankrupt.
And this is why.
Or just do the testing and you're fine.
This is why when inventors come to us and say they want to make a consumer product, I tell them no. Just no, you don't. You want to license it to somebody who already knows how to do it. You don't want to do a consumer product from scratch because it sucks. Consumers are very difficult to work with. So.
But then there's other sides where you can get away with it. Like I know several companies that have started, they're selling medical grade products. They haven't done half the testing. And that's just because nobody checks. They do import export, they do all of it. Nobody checks. So I'm not saying you should do testing. I'm never going to be in the position to say what you should or shouldn't do. One of those things is you can start early and do testing as you go along. Just be aware that you aren't covered if something goes wrong and you are in this legal black area where if you are caught, they will punish you. They just won't catch you because they don't check. But I'm happy to go into that more, even if it's like a meeting. Like Mum normally deals with all the compliance stuff. I just absorb it from her, and she can run you through pretty much everything when it comes to compliance in the UK.
So that's all stuff that we've really got to do. I think we just got to be compliant with UK, international, European, American.
Don't worry, Florida man doesn't have any things that he needs. Just he'll thermal camera it himself. Don't worry.
But thankfully, we've done that process now from start to end, and we've learned how to do it. Doing it
Hmm.
on your own. So I will actually say users, we're here. Send us an email. We can organize something. Doing it on your own, you will easily spend over 100 grand. We have easily spent over 100 grand. I think it's closer to 200 on compliance testing. A lot of that is redundant. We know how to get it a lot cheaper now.
And you
Also,
will
it helps
help
building
them
future products.
for a price because that's consulting services, Jacob.
Yes.
There you go.
Uh,
There you go. All right, let's send these fine folks go hang out with Mr. Steve Builds, and we'll let you all enjoy the rest of your evenings because it is very late over there. So thank you all for hanging out with us so long.
Oh, no worries.
Check
Might as
out
well stick around.
Cheers.
check out Generative Machine if you want to see some just ridiculous metal 3D printed 3D printers, and keep an eye out because at some point there might be some opportunities for you to build one, just like apparently I'm going to. I'm afraid, but excited, but also afraid. I'll have the hard hat on, don't worry.
and as Chris says in the chat, yes,
Jacob's
I
gonna go
am
get
heading
breakfast.
off to breakfast. I've not eaten yet.
And if you are a Patreon, PayPal, YouTube channel member at the $10 tier and higher, we'll be hanging out in our private Discord server here as soon as the show is over. So enjoy the rest of your evening, afternoon, whatever it might be. We will see you all later. Take care.
See you.
Bye, everyone.